Alu. El Shaddai, Enu, Lea, Motenu, Abiyama, Abiyiska, Abiyako, Altar Kwados, Shemeka Kwados, Baruch Shemeka, Lolamaye, with Shalom, B'nai Israel, Shabbat, La, Sophia, Shabbat, B'tor, Tam, B'Ikora, Eni, B'nai Israel, Oteola, Kisha, Shem, B'Masa, El Shaddai, Wa, Shemayim, Wet, Ades, Bayom, Masvi, Shabbat, Wa, Nakash, Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemeneka, Baruch Yateka, Baruch Yushateka, El Shaddai, Melech, El Shaddai, Malach, El Shaddai, Mulok, Olam, Ma'eh, Baruch Shem, Kabul, Makut, Olam, Ma'eh, Baruch Kabul, Lohim, Mom, Leged, First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows with loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High, his work is perfect for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right is he. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, my father, chief of Yazar, to the chiefmen, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom and
The holy day of God, the day that God sanctified, the day that God consecrated, the day that God has separated from the 6 working days. God has separated this day from the 6 working days. And there are rules and regulations in observing this day. There are things that we should not be doing on this day. There are things that we should be doing on this day. But the problem is that we put ourselves before God. We put our feelings before God. We put our children before God. We put our wives before God. We put everything before God. And then we turn around and say, I'm blessed. How am I blessed if you put your own personal things before God's laws? Huh? How? See, when you start to comply, when we start to comply to the commandments of God, see, there's steps and stages before you begin to adapt to his ways. Before you adapt to the ways of God, I got to comply. You got to comply first before you adapt. Which means you're going to be fulfilling these laws before you adapt. Huh? You know what adapt means? Do we know what adapt means? Adapt yourself means to be accustomed to. Huh? When you adapt yourself, it becomes a part of you. You're accustomed of doing this. So when you're accustomed of doing this, this is something that you have been practicing. To practice means to do over. Anything you practice becomes habitual. It becomes a habit. Anything. Regardless of what it is, anything you practice becomes a habit. So guess what? You can also break a habit. You can also break a habit. You won't break these evil habits because you don't want to break them. You don't want to stop doing it. You chose not to break these habits, these evil habits that God hates and despises. See, we have to learn to correlate and understand what God said is evil and what God said is good and righteous. That's the only thing that I recognize. What God said is good. Because what man say is good, it don't have to be good with God. What man say is evil, it don't have to be evil with God. What women say is good, it don't have to be good with God. What women say is evil, it don't got to be evil with God. because we call good evil and we call evil good. Because our mindset is all misconstrued and distorted and confused. I said our mindset is all distorted and confused. You know why we're confused? Huh? You know why we are confused? God has confused you. God confused you. And when God confused you, he is leading you towards the ways of iniquity. He is leading you towards this evil path. He's leading you towards our evil direction. Why? Because your hands call this to yourself. Everything in life we call to ourselves according to what we do in life. So he uses your greatest fears. He uses what you are afraid of because God knows you better than you know yourself. God knows what to do to move you. I said, the adversary knew what to do to move you. That's why he told God and he was almost sure. I said he told God and he was almost sure. If you do this and this and this to Job, he's going to curse you to your face. If you remove this from him, he's going to curse you to your face. Huh? So we got to be careful. We have to take heed to ourselves because thoughts and ideas and stirred up feelings will begin to happen. Then when these things happen, you're going to believe it. Strongly. It's a strong desire. After the serpent told Eve, he said, no, you ain't going to die, Eve. First of all, the serpent is going against God. God told you you're going to die. But he had a way of beguiling. He beguiled her. And he was able to beguile her and trick her. Why? Because Eve was innocent. I said Eve was innocent, man. I don't blame Eve. She don't know about tricks to the trades and all this foolishness. She don't know what lying is. So the serpent beguiled her and tricked her into eating the tree of knowledge of good and evil. A commandment that God told her not to do. But before she ate it, her desire was increased to look at this tree and say, man, I wonder what this tree would be like. She became curious. He said, you're going to be like gods. Knowing both sides of the coin. That's what makes you a god. Knowing both sides. Now you're able to choose life or death, good or evil. But God said choose life so that thou and thy seed may live. So that you can bring life to your seed. So that you can bring life to your offshoots, to your descendants. By how the father lives. By how the parent lives. Remember one thing. When King David did what he did, the Most High visited his iniquity upon his sons. I said, God visited David's iniquity upon his sons. But the difference between David and you, God sent Nathan to erase it. I said, God sent Nathan the prophet to erase that iniquity. He looked at King David. He said, thou shalt not die. What do you mean by that? Huh? I said, what do you mean by that? King David is dead. But what do we mean by thou shalt not die? He's dead. And that ain't no metaphor, man. No, that's not a metaphor. You don't talk in riddles. So what do you mean by thou shalt not die? I know I got to leave this life.
The spirit got to go because of what happened in the beginning of times. The first iniquity that was committed by man was when God gave him the commandment not to mess with that tree that's in the midst of the garden. And that's the only iniquity Adam did. That's the only iniquity Eve did.
That's it.
Stop telling me Eve lied when she didn't know nothing about lying. Eve was innocent. If she said God said don't eat from it, neither shall you touch it, that's what God said. The thing is, we wanna disprove the book.
What God said.
We want to disprove what God said. These laws, commandments, and statutes are plain and simple. My father used to say, a man with wooden eyeglasses can understand it and see it. Wooden eyeglasses. It's that plain. But we confuse this. We confuse these laws, commandments, and statutes, man. We confuse this and mix everything up. Let's go into the law. Leviticus chapter 19.
Wow.
Let's go into Leviticus chapter 19.
You
ready?
Yep.
Time sheet.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying,
yeah.
Speak unto all the congregation of the children of Israel.
Speak unto all the congregation. Speak to the assembly. Speak to these masses, these people. Yeah. God knows where he got these people from. I said, God knows where he getting these people from. I said, I'm getting these people from a place that I despise and hate, that I had to destroy them for the worshiping and visit them for the worshiping of idols and deities. And we, as Israelites, as the sons and descendants of Abraham, we took on these Egyptian ways. We took on Egyptian mentality. We took on Egyptian traditions. We took on Egyptian customs. But the things that people are doing today in this time, in this daytime, in this life and now, a lot of our ways and the things that we do comes from Egypt.
That's where it started.
A lot of things that we do in these days and times derive from Egyptian custom.
That's correct.
Okay? Go ahead.
Speak unto all the congregation of the children of Israel and say unto them, you shall be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy.
Do we know what holy is? Do we know how to be holy? Do you know what it takes to be holy? Do you know what we should be doing to be holy? Do we know what we shouldn't be doing to be holy? What are the requirements to be holy? You ain't gonna hear this. You ain't gonna hear this because people teach and say you can't be holy. People say you can't be perfect. People say you can't be whole and complete with God. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. What is holy? The word in the Hebrew for holy is kadosh. Kadosh means to set apart for the purpose of God. Characterized by perfection and transcendence. Spiritually pure. How do I get my spirit pure? We're going to dig into that first. Lord, have mercy. How can I get my spirit pure? You know how you can get your spirit pure? The first way of getting your spirit pure is not to be unclean. Uncleanness blemishes your spirit. How do we get unclean? When a woman is on her period, on her menstruation, and she sit and lay all over the place with disregard of the commandments of God. I forgot. I don't want to hear you forgot. You're unclean. Sit in that one chair. Lay in that one spot. You don't lay all over the place. You don't sit all over the place. Because in the law, it states that whatever you lay on and whatever you sit on, it shall be unclean. And there is nowhere in the book where it states that that chair and that bed becomes clean again.
No.
Nowhere in the book states that that chair becomes clean again after a woman done sat on it on her menstruation.
Right. Right.
Then when you read in Leviticus 15, it speaks about the man that has an issue. Okay? It speaks about a man that has an issue in his flesh, a running issue. What is a running issue? The word for running issue in the Hebrew is zab. You know what zab means? A trickle, a leak, venereal disease. Anything that causes you to leak. And whatever that man sit or lie on, that becomes unclean.
That's right.
Which means what? You should not be wearing clothes that you wear on your menstruation. You should not be wearing clothes that you wear when you have a running issue, because you sit on your dress, you sit on your jeans, you sit on your shirts, you sit on your clothes. And if a man that is doing these cleanliness law touch your clothes, he's unclean.
That's right.
And he has to go wash.
Right.
He got to go wash.
Right.
That's the depths of the law. But you ain't going to hear this nowhere else.
That's right.
You ain't going to hear this nowhere else. You know why? Because nobody agrees with God.
That's right.
Nobody agrees with God. Not with me. I'm nothing.
Yeah.
Not with me. These are not my words.
That's right.
Not with me. I didn't write this book. Not with me. With God.
That's right.
These are the laws and the commandments and the statutes of God that brings life.
Teach.
I said these laws, commandments, and statutes brings life. But when you go against it, you begin to die slowly. You ain't gonna die right away. You die gradually, slowly.
Yeah.
And then people think they are increasing and getting better in life because they're saving their money and things is going good and this is going good, but you're rejecting knowledge. But you're rejecting the laws. You're rejecting the commandments. You're rejecting the statutes. How can you live rejecting life? How can you live rejecting that which brings life? What is it? What does bring life? The laws of God. The laws of God. Okay? Set apart for the purpose of God. So if I'm set apart for the purpose of God, you're going to take heed to yourself. I'm going to take heed to myself. We must take heed to ourselves that we don't violate the standards that God has set.
That's right.
Because I'm set apart for God. Okay? Spiritually pure. You know, it's another definition of spiritually pure. Your thoughts. Huh? Once your spirit is pure and clean with God, then you're going to have clean and pure thoughts.
Yeah.
The reason why our thoughts and our opinions and beliefs is all misconstrued and profane is because your spirit is corrupt.
Right.
So when your spirit is corrupt, guess what happens now? Your thoughts is corrupt. When your spirit is corrupt, your speech is corrupt. When your spirit is corrupt, your actions is corrupt. Everything about you is corrupt. Because your spirit is corrupt. That's why I always say we must clean from inside out. We got to clean from inside out. The next one, characterized by perfection and transcendence. Okay, so let me explain what set apart is. Set apart means to separate. Set apart means to separate.
Separate what?
How can two walk together except they be agreed? How can two walk together except they be agreed?
Get away from me.
Huh? How? How can two walk together except they be agreed? This is why Samuel, when God rejected King Saul, Samuel walked away. It put a wedge between Samuel and King Saul. It put a big wedge between King Samuel and Saul. Why? Because Samuel don't walk with ones. Samuel don't walk with people that God reject. Huh? I said Samuel don't walk with people that God reject. Huh? So now, if you're pursuing righteousness and holiness and these laws and commandments and statutes, you gotta watch who you walk with.
Yeah.
I said we must watch who we walk with.
That's right.
Because whoever you walk with, it means you agree. You agree with him.
That's right.
I agree with his actions. I agree with the things that he's doing. I agree with how he's doing and what he's doing. Not me. Go walk with a homosexual then. Why we don't walk with those type of people? Because I don't agree.
Right.
We don't have the same mindset. You are attracted to your own kind.
You are a bugger.
I'm not attracted to my own kind. I'm attracted to my opposite kind. And these things is ungodly. For a man to be attracted to his own kind, which means for a man to be attracted to a man, these things are ungodly. For a woman to be attracted to another woman, these things are ungodly. And God says it's an abomination. It's detestable in the eyes of God. All them that live in this despicable life shall die in the nature of their iniquity, their nature, their character. Your nature is your character. Huh? Your character is your nature. Our nature has become iniquities now. Sin. Since the very day that Adam and Eve ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, God told them don't do it. That's why Ezra, there was a man named Ezra. The same Ezra that was in the book is the same Ezra that was in the Apocrypha. Right? So this man Ezra, this man Ezra said, what he said? He said, "Oh Adam." He said, "Oh Adam, what hast thou done?" He said, "Oh Adam, what hast thou done?" Let me read it for you. In 2nd Ezra, I got everything marked out. He said, "Oh Adam, what hast thou done?" He said, "Because it's not, you ain't the only one." Let me see yours. I usually have it marked out. But Ezra said, "Oh Adam, what hast thou done? What did you do, Adam?" He said, "Because you ain't the only one that's affected by this." Huh? Ezra said, "Adam, you are not the only one that has been affected by what you did. But because you did this, everybody, the world is affected by you going against the commandment of God, eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, eating from that tree that God told you not to eat from." People said the tree was beings. Nowhere in the book and nowhere in the law said that the tree was beings. You know what beings is? Humans. The tree wasn't no. The tree was actual trees. That's what the trees was. It was a specific tree that God commanded the man and the woman not to eat from. Look in here. And the serpent tricked Eve because she was able to be tricked.
Right.
I said Eve was able to be tricked.
Make it clear.
You know why she was able to be tricked? Because she was innocent. She was simple. She was innocent. Just like a young woman that don't know the tricks and the games out in the street, she's easy to get to because she hasn't been out there. She don't know the games. So she's easier to get to and penetrate women like that. And then men take advantage of these things. Men take advantage of simple-minded. It's not a bad thing to be simple-minded. It just means that you are not aware of the games and the evil. Okay? What is that?
46, 47.
All right? It said, I answered then and said, this is my first and last saying, that it had been better not to have given the earth unto Adam. Look, Ezra said, he said, he talking to the angel of God. I said, Ezra is talking to the angel of God. First of all, before that, the man is on a fast. I said, the man is on a heavy fast. And he said, listen, man, he said, first, he said, it would have been better if you didn't give the earth to Adam. He said, or else, when it was given him to restrain him from sinning, God could have restrained him. But God wants the willing heart. I said, God wants the willing heart. God don't want nobody to be forced into doing interaction. He wants the willing heart. And if you ain't willing, then it's not accepted. If you ain't doing these laws of a willing heart, then it's not accepted. Then it's not accepted. God could have stopped them, which means what? God deals with choices. He gives you the commandment. God gives you the commandment, and he steps out. He steps out the way to see if you what you're going to choose. To see what you're going to choose. Then and only then, I know what I got now. I put the commandment out. You hear the law. Now you choose and you see. And now I want to see what this, listen. I didn't command my son to bow before me. I didn't tell my son, listen, man, when you see me, make sure you bow. I ain't tell him that. But God wants the willing heart. So by him listening and hearing that our forefathers bowed before their parents, he just got up and started doing it. I didn't tell him to do that. That's how you know a willing heart. When a person comes, hear it, and then he start putting it to action. Don't wait for nobody to tell you do it. You know the things that be lawful and right by God. You know the things that pleases God. Don't wait for someone to tell you to start doing it. Because it's not accepted. It won't be accepted. Because God don't work that way. He said, for what profit is it for men now in this present time to live in heaviness and after death to look for punishment? Huh?
After death.
What?
That don't sound like.
Huh? He said, what? After death to look for punishment?
That's straight up.
Does that mean that we are going to answer for everything we do in this life? That's what that means?
Everything.
Does that mean that we're going to answer for everything we do in this life?
Great and small.
So, you can't tell me that I'm going to answer for something that I didn't do. This just happened out the figmentation of your crooked mind. Intuition. Feelings just got stirred up. Have you ever thought about maybe God stirred those feelings up to push you away? Have you ever thought about that? Huh? Because check it. It could go both ways.
Okay.
That's right.
You only looking at it one way.
Right.
Huh? I said you only looking at it one way. I said it could go both ways. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Let me not move too quick. Maybe God is stirring up these ideas in my mind to pull me away because of my wicked and evil deeds. Because of my wicked and evil way of thinking. Maybe God is conjuring up and stirring up these ideas in your mind. It can go both ways. Maybe, maybe not. But you only looking at it one way. You only looking at it one way.
Yeah.
Oh, Adam, what hast thou done? For though it was thou that sinned, thou art not fallen alone, but we are all that come of thee. For what profit is it unto us if there be promised us an immortal time, whereas we have done the works that brings death? Whereas we have done the works that brings death. What is the works that brings death? Huh? I said, what is the works that brings death? The works that brings death are things that we do in life that God hates. Plain and simple. How can we know and understand and learn the things that God hates? Read the book. I said, read the book. Now we will begin to learn the things that God hates and despises. Then we will begin to learn the things that God loves and the things that you can do in life that will attract you, that will attract God's eyes to you, bring you near to him, bring you close to him. The book tells you. Huh? Set apart. To be set apart means what? To hold different or to have different opinions and ways of thinking. Huh? My opinion is not the same like your opinion, because my opinion correlates with the ways of God. My opinion correlates with his laws and commandments. So my opinion is not gonna be against what we read here. But your opinion doesn't correlate with what God says. So therefore our opinions is different. The way we think. What you say is wrong, I don't look at it as wrong because God don't look at it as wrong. What you say is good, I don't look at it as good because God don't look at it as good. So our views got to be the views of God. Our thinking got to be with God. Our ways got to be with God. Our opinions has to correlate with what God says. That's it.
God over everything.
Okay? Separate means to go in different directions. What do you mean by going a different direction? A different path, a different way of life, a different course of life. We don't live the same. We have different lifestyles. Okay? Okay? To make or put a difference between. Huh? To make or put a difference between. So if I'm following God, if I'm pursuing righteousness, then I will put a difference. What you do, I can't do.
Yeah.
What you eat, I can't eat.
Yeah.
Huh? How you walk, I can't walk. Why? Because I want to put a difference between me and you. I want to make that difference. In order for God to instill differential characteristics, you have to put forth. You got to show it first. You got to show it first. You got to activate it. Okay? Israel as God's chosen people. Why? God chose us. Yeah, God chose us. Huh? I said God has chosen Israel. Why? The covenant and the agreement that he made with Abraham. Because God saw and looked inside the heart of Abraham, and all he found in him was faithfulness. All he saw in Father Abraham was faithfulness. Why? Because the faithfulness showed, and the faithfulness was shown that he was able to be faithful to his father. So if he was able to be faithful to his own father, to what's in front of him, he could be faithful to God. I said he could be faithful to God. Why do you think God didn't kill his father, Terah? And then he told Abraham, get out of your father's house. Get away from your family. Get away from your kindred. Get away from these people that's not like you.
Yeah.
I don't care if that's your sister.
Say it again.
I don't care if it's your relatives,
Say it again.
kinsmen,
Say it again.
brothers. Listen, get away.
Get away from it.
Family.
Yeah.
Get away. Because these people, even though they're your kinsmen, they can't serve God.
Ways of the Lord.
They can't serve God. You don't have the same mindset as these people. You know what I told this woman before, man? You have to look at yourself as special. Yeah, you got to look at yourself as special. Yeah, I'm special to a certain point. You know why? Because God has not allowed me to go off to the wayside.
Like the world.
Like the world. Yeah, you're special to a certain point. Because God has allowed you to inform you of who the true and living God is.
Yeah.
There's only one God, man.
Yeah.
And there's only one way to serve this God.
Yeah.
One way. Yeah, you're special. Now, in order to strengthen this, yeah, you can strengthen it and you can weaken it. And you will end up right back on the other side. You will end up back on the other side. But we don't strengthen the good in us. We don't strengthen the good in us by fulfilling and taking heed to what we read in this book. Okay? Israel as God's chosen people. We was God's chosen people to where all God wanted was Israel. But now God has switched it. Yeah, God switched it. People think God ain't changed. He switched it. He switched everything around. Why? Because you made God switch it. He told you what to do, what not to do, and we went against it. So now God said, I am a God for all people now.
Not just you.
Not just you, Israel. Not just you. We had them, but we didn't know what to do with it.
You blew it.
And we blew it. So now I'm a God for all nations now. He said, a stranger. He said, my people shall what? Hear my voice. A stranger will not follow. He didn't say Israel. He said, my people. So you could be pink, red, white, purple, black, brown, tan, whatever color you is. But once you take heed and you grasp hold of the word of God, you're God's people. I said, you're God's people. So stop emanating and teaching hatred. Stop emanating and teaching the people that God's people is a black nation.
Yeah.
That's false.
Yeah.
Very false.
I said that's false.
How many black
Yeah.
nations in the Bible?
You know how many black nations I read about in this book?
Yeah.
I read about the 7 nations. Black. Moab and Ammon was black people. All these people, besides Israel, was black people. But God despised them. Why? What made God despise these people? Their lifestyle, their ways, their traditions, their practices, their beliefs, the things that they celebrated. I said the things that they celebrated. That's why we have to be careful of our celebrations. If you don't read about the celebrations in the book, we shouldn't be celebrating. I said we shouldn't be celebrating it. Why? Because it's not of God. Why? Because it's not of God. Israel, as God's chosen people, was commanded to be holy. He said we was commanded to be holy. That's why he gave us holy laws, commandments, statutes, judgments. Because these laws, commandments, and statutes will make you holy. If you ain't holy, by you fulfilling these laws, you're going to be holy. Oh, yeah, guaranteed. Solidarity. You know why? Because fulfilling these laws, you will begin to draw boundaries. You will begin to draw lines. You will have limits, limitations. Huh? I'm at the call. It's time for coffee. It's coffee time. It's coffee time. Take a break, join the union. Take a coffee break. So I go to get something to drink, some water, because I bring my own coffee. God bring nothing but burgers. So I go, I buy me a water. Gave him $10. He gave me back $9 and $5 extra. So I went to go count my money. I see $5 extra. I'm like, yo. I said, yo, man, here. $5. You gave me extra $5. He said, thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate you. Appreciate your honesty. So I walk around. This dude looked at me. I said, what? Why are you looking at me like that? He said, what's wrong with you? I said, what? He said, man, you should have kept that. I said, no, I can't do that. I said, you could do that. I said, but I can't. I said, that's not my ways. I live differently. I said, I don't live that way. He gave me extra. That extra don't belong to me. That's not mine. That's not the correct change. I have to give him that back. I live one way, man. I'm a Hebrew. He said, what's that? And I went to explain. He said, okay. He said, understood. Walked away. Walked away. Nah, man. Which means what? We have to be consistently. Our mind has to be consistently on God so that we don't slip off.
That's right.
Yeah, you'll slip off real quick. And then when you wake up, you're like, it's too late. You're already into it. What am I doing? Oh, Lord have mercy. What am I doing? What am I doing?
Yeah.
And you get caught up.
Yeah.
You get caught up, man.
Right.
He said, because we serve a holy God. And he set us apart from other nations. God separated us from the rest of these nations.
Right.
I said, God separated us from these people, man. And you have to look at yourself as separated. You got to look at yourself as different. You got to look at yourself as special so you can carry it that way. You ain't the same. I said, you're not the same, woman. Daughters of Zion, you're not the same like these women out here.
Right. Yeah.
Men of truth, you are not the same like these men out here. That's what say we're not supposed to be the same. Why? Because you ain't telling yourself that.
True.
You need to tell yourself that I'm not the same. I'm different. I'm not the same. I'm different. That's you're talking to that which is within. You're talking to that, to the evil that's in us. Yeah, we got evil in us. I got evil in me. I ain't fully get rid of the evil in me. That's why certain things come to my mind, and then I gotta correct myself and say, man, why am I thinking like this? Why am I moving like this? Most of us give in to our thinking and the things that come to our mind, and we make ourselves believe it. We make ourselves believe it. And then you got the nerve to approach me with these things that you done formulated in your mind with no concrete proof. With no concrete proof. No concrete proof. We're not like them. Huh? Kendrick Lamar. They not like us. And we ain't like them. They not like us and we ain't like them. Look in the mirror and tell yourself that. And start living according to what you're saying.
That's right.
Huh?
That's right. Fact.
He set us apart from other nations to be his own. I said, God set us apart from other nations so that he will be able to claim us. Wait a minute. Don't that sound like what a man does to a woman before he marries her? I can't claim you, baby. You can never be mine, Lord, baby. You can't. Oh, wow, well, I can't be yours because I live one way. And you live different. You do this. I don't do this. I respect this. You don't respect this. I walk like this.
Yeah.
You don't walk like
I
this.
respect this.
So I can't claim you.
You don't respect.
Look. And if we really up and we really believe that, hey, listen, I can't even lay in a bed with you.
That's how deep it gets.
That's how deep it gets. I can't even lay in a bed with you.
That's right.
Because in order for me to lay in the bed with you, you have to be
deep.
living one way. You got to be living one way.
As a fact.
You got to be walking one way. Huh?
That turn you on.
Huh?
Yeah.
But Israel,
Yeah.
they have Israelite men that have not made their mind up, sleep all over the place.
Yes.
Yeah.
They sleep all over the place. You got a woman that have chose your God.
Yeah.
You got a woman that chose your God. But you don't know how to move and react.
You ain't had enough yet.
You ain't had enough
You ain't
yet.
had enough yet.
The same thing your wife got, Lucille got. It's the same. There's no difference.
That's right.
It's the same.
That's right.
The only difference is that your wife has turned towards God. So that's what's supposed to attract me.
Yeah.
The laws and the commandments of God that this woman don't turn towards and change the whole lifestyle for. Because that's a big deal. That's a big deal, man. I changed. Don't down me all the way. I made a big change.
Very
I made a big change.
Very, very
So
good.
take it easy with her.
Yeah.
My father used to always say, he said, yo, man, take it easy with her, man.
Yeah.
Take it easy with her, son.
Yeah.
My father mellowed out after the end. He was a hard man, but he mellowed out after the end. Mellowed out.
Yeah.
He used to always say, take it easy. He said, I like her.
Yeah.
Leave her alone. He said, I like her. He started laughing, man, I like her.
That's my boy.
He said, you got to realize something, that she changed.
Facts.
She did what you didn't do.
Facts.
I said, she did what you didn't do.
Facts.
You know what you didn't have to do? You didn't have to change over, son.
Right.
She had to change over and give up a lifestyle that she was accustomed to and turn and make herself get accustomed and accept this. That's a big thing. My father told me that. He said, hey, I did what you didn't do. What do you think God turned towards Abraham? That's one of the things that Abraham did. Abraham was the first recorded Hebrew, means to change over.
That's what it means.
He changed over. He left a lifestyle that he was accustomed to and started pushing for God. The only way we can be different is by taking heed to his laws. That's what makes you different. That's what makes you opposite. That's what makes you special. Now you're able to be distinguished and picked out. No, not him. Not him.
No, he don't do that.
Not him. Not her.
Yeah.
What is perfection? Satisfying all requirements. I said satisfying all requirements. What are the requirements? The laws, commandments, statutes of the living God.
That's right.
Those are the requirements. Those are the things that God requires of us.
That's right.
Okay?
Yeah.
What is a fault? A fault is when you violate an accepted standard of God. The accepted standards of God is the things that God expects of you. Huh? These are the things that God expects of you.
That's right.
Huh?
Yeah.
Transcendence means to go beyond ordinary limitations. Ordinary limits. When you go beyond ordinary limits, you begin to do things that that people don't do. That the regular Israelite don't do.
Right.
That nobody does.
Yeah.
I said, nobody does this.
Yeah.
Nobody lives like this no more. Nobody eats like this no more.
Okay.
That's why they came up with a New Testament. To abolish and to get rid of the old way. So they made a new and revised way, where in the New Testament there are no laws. There are no requirements. you ain't gonna find no requirements in the New Testament.
It's at the church, right?
The only spot or place that you find thou shalt and thou shalt not is in the Old.
Right.
Things that God requires
Yeah.
from us, what to do and what not to do.
That's right.
Separation.
For you to be able to be clean.
That's right.
For God to look at you and say, man, these are my saints.
That's right.
This is my pious ones.
That's right.
Now you are blessed. Time sheet.
Verse 3.
Uh-huh.
Leviticus chapter 19.
Leviticus
Verse 3.
chapter 19.
You shall fear every man his mother.
Leviticus chapter 19, verse 3. Now let's read that verse.
Ye shall fear
Ye
every
shall
man,
fear. Go ahead.
every man his mother
Every man his mother
and his father,
and his father,
and keep my Sabbath.
and keep my
I
Sabbaths.
am the Lord.
So the fearing your parents and reverence the Sabbath, God put it neck to neck on the same level. So now let me explain what God means to fear your parents.
Bring it down.
I said, what does God mean by fearing your parents?
Break it
To
down.
fear means to be afraid of.
Break it
Okay?
down.
Scared.
Yes.
Not when your parents come, you get afraid.
No.
But
Scared.
be afraid to offend God. Be afraid to offend your parents.
Yeah.
That's the fear that God is looking for. Be
Yeah.
afraid to offend your parents. Your mother and your father don't like it, don't do it.
Right.
I said, your mother and your father don't like it, don't do it. And when she said don't do it, don't feel no way and don't get angry because she said don't do it.
Talk about it.
That will be pleasing in my
That's
ears
my life.
to
That's
hear.
me.
That will be pleasing in my ears to hear
That's me.
what my mother don't like.
Fact.
So mama, you don't like it. I ain't never gonna do that again because I don't want to offend you, mama. I don't want to offend you, mama. I want to be at peace with you, mama.
That's me.
Papa, you don't like that, Papa?
Yeah.
Don't worry, Papa.
Yeah.
I'm never gonna do that, Papa, because I don't want to offend you, Papa.
Talk that life saving.
Oh God,
Talk that life saving.
you don't like this, God? I ain't never gonna do this again, God, because you don't like it, and I don't want you to look at me with the crooked eye.
Yeah.
I don't want you to look at me and call me evil. God, you despise this? Oh, I despise it too, God. Because what you despise, God, I gotta train myself to despise. What you love, God, I gotta train myself to love. Huh?
Yeah.
The only thing you can do to the poor is feed them. It don't have to be, it could be poor people that don't serve God. You can feed them. Yeah, you can feed them because God said when you feed them, you heap hot coals upon their heads. Thursday, I'm going to work. I drops off a loaf of bread in P&J. Took a spoon from out of my kitchen. Dropped them off. Wasn't even 5 minutes. The paper towels get dispersed. All the people that was on that hut, they gathered in circles, took paper towel, bread. The peanut butter started going around, jelly going around, and everybody sat there and ate. They brought tears in my eyes. I said, damn. At the job. I said, man, these people, there are people that have it harder than you, and we complain.
That's right.
All we do is complain and don't want to accept your situation that you are in. But there are people that are in worse conditions that you are in. By seeing these people, I said, I ain't got nothing to complain about.
That's right.
I ain't got nothing to complain about. So now I'm training myself not to complain because God hates murmuring. Murmuring is only complaining.
Okay.
Yeah.
And God visited the nation of Israel for murmuring.
Yeah.
He don't like it. By them murmuring, it brought death to them.
That's right.
Huh? The plague broke out.
That's a fact.
And when the plague broke out, Nobody realized that the plague of God got let loose. The closest one to God realized it. You know, not even Aaron. Moses. I said the prophet Moses. He looked at Aaron, but Moses knows his place that this is not my job to do this. We gotta know our place. Know your place. Know your place. Moses said, man, this ain't me. I can't do this. He said, Aaron, up, hurry up. He said, the plague has begun. Aaron had to make up whatever concoction he had to make. It was incense. It was a concoction of incense that can hold off the death angel. We don't know those concoctions. That's why we got to be careful with burning incense. The incense was only burnt during sacrifices. The high priest only burnt those incense.
You burn it now, you burn it to the devil.
Okay? That's what Isaiah 66 says. Okay? So when Aaron made that concoction, he stood between the living and dead. The plague was out. He had to hurry up, make the concoction, and stand there to stop the death angel. So in the Apocrypha, it states that the death angel gave respect to specific things. Okay? The death angel gave respect to specific things. I know where that. Okay? And the specific things that the death angel gave respect to. Right? Listen to this now. So he overcame the destroyer, not with strength of body, not because he was strong and he could hold the spirit back, nor force of arms, but with a word subdued him that punished, alleging the oath and covenant made with the fathers. I'm in the Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 18, verse 23. For when the dead were now falling down, that's when the plague was hitting thousands and thousands of Israelites dead. All because of murmuring. It was like a wave. The wave, the plague is coming, people drop. Listen, Aaron don't hurry up and come out there, everybody dead. I said, Aaron don't hurry up and come out there, everybody dead. So the wave is coming. The plague is out. People's dropping. Right? He said, for when the dead were now falling down by heaps one upon another, standing between. That's Aaron. He stayed the wrath and parted the way to the living. So he stood between the living and the dead. Okay? For in the long garments was the whole world. Long garments. Robes. Not shirt and tie. Not dashikis. What Israelites like to wear today. Dashiki is an African culture. African attire. But aren't we Africans?
No.
That's the mighty question. He said, aren't we Africans? God replenished the earth by 3 men. After he flooded the earth and killed everything, everybody dead. There was only 4 people that was righteous. That was Noah, who was the father, and his 3 sons. Okay? Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Shem migrated into Asia. Listen. Japheth migrated into Europe, which is the cold region. Ham migrated into Africa, which was where you have the Hamitic nations. This is why do you think in history when God has pushed Israel away, where did they migrate to? Africa. They migrated into Africa. Why would Africa be the Holy Land and God kicked us out? Nobody thought about that. Jerusalem is not in Africa. Israel is not in Africa. It's in Asia.
That's what it's
Asia. Babylon is in Asia. Assyria is in Asia.
They call it the Middle East.
They call it the Middle East. Iraq is in Asia. Iran is in Asia.
Uzbekistan.
Listen, all these places is there.
Kazakhstan.
We migrated from our land into Africa and we took on Hamitic customs. Hamitic customs. Okay? He said, for the long garments was the whole world. And in the 4 rows of the stones was the glory of the Father's graven. In thy majesty upon the diadem of his head. What is the majesty of the diadem of his head? That plate that the high priest wear. Holiness to the Lord. The 4 rows that the high priest wear with the stones. Right? Unto thee the destroyer gave place and was afraid of them. But it was enough that they only tasted of the wrath.
Right.
You know what that is? For the death angel to meet Aaron, the high priest, and you back up. Wait a minute. I can't pass you, oh high priest. He said, this guy represents God. He got on certain things that the spirit respects. He got on certain things that the spirit respects. That's why the death angel had to stop when he stood between the living and the dead, because God caused the plague amongst the nation, all because of complaining, murmuring. All right? So when you fear your parents and when you fear God, you are afraid of offending them. Okay? When you fear God, you will make the necessary decisions according to the word of God. I said you will make the necessary decisions according to the word of God. So when it's time to do overtime and it's coming too close to the sun going down, I got to make the necessary decisions according to the word of God and tell my boss I can't stay 2 hours. I said I can't stay 2 hours. I seen brothers do the overtime, and when the sun go down or before the sun go down, then they stop the work. Well, I ain't working on Shabbat. I'm not working on Shabbat. No. You gotta make sure you're home before the Sabbath day. You don't play these days close like that. You come home from work and the sun down. What kind of respect you got for God? I said, what kind of respect you got for God and his laws, man? I'm home 2-3 hours before sunset. I'm home 2-3 hours, 4 hours before sunset. And then sunset 8:20. I'm already washed up, ate already. I'm relaxing now. Getting my mind right for the day that's coming. I said, getting my mind right for this holy day that God respect and reverence. Come on, man. That's right. So when you fear God, you will make the necessary decisions according to the word of God. Before you fear God, which comes in time of you doing his laws. You're just not gonna fear God right away. The fear don't come right away like that. The fear comes in time. Okay? In time of doing his laws, doing the laws of God, you will start to be afraid of what people thinks about you. That's what makes you not do or advance or do or make the necessary changes with yourself. Because I'm always thinking about what you think about me, what you say about me, how this one look at me. Because they realize that you have changed.
I'm gonna look on IG.
One of my exes, she said, well, how come you don't wear pants no more? All I see you is in them skirts. Won't you mind your business? All I see you is in them skirts. Won't you mind your business? Won't you mind your business, man? You want to wear pum shorts? You go ahead. You go ahead. Time sheet.
Verse 4.
Verse 4.
Turn ye not unto idols.
Turn ye not unto idols. How do you turn towards idols? Huh? Now, when you turn to idols, the word for turn is pana, pay, noon, hey. To turn to idols, they turn to idols for response or aid or help. They turn towards these idols for help and response.
That's why they bow
For an
down to
answer.
idols. Okay.
And that was the reason why they bowed down to these idols and deities, looking for an answer, looking for help. That's why God turned to a king. He said, is there not a God in Israel that you had to turn to this? You had to inquire of Beelzebub. Beelzebub means what? Baal means Lord. Zebub means flies. The God of flies.
You know what the flies represent?
They had a fly god. He said, man, is there not a God in Israel that you had to go inquire of this? He said, therefore, thou shalt not come down off your sickness. I'm going to leave you sick. Nothing you do going to heal you. And he died from that sickness because you ain't turned to me. You ain't turned to the Creator. Huh? To turn to idols for response or aid. To become different by changing your way of life.
That's right. That's how you
Huh? I don't have to be praying to JC. I don't have to be in the Muslim mosque. I know that. I know the history. I'm not praying to JC. I know he ain't real. That's what one freeman said. I said, baby, you don't turn your back away from God. Now you're serving idols. No, I'm not serving idols. Yeah, you are. I'm not in the church. I'm not in the mosque. You don't have to be in the church. You don't have to be in the Muslim mosque. All you gotta do is change your way of life. Stop doing the things that God accepts. Stop doing the things that God has acknowledged to be good and upright and righteous. And you have turned to idols. I said you have turned to idols. Okay? Turn also means to direct your attention or mind towards or away from. Because everything begins here. Before I turn, before I do anything, it comes here first. Before I do anything in life, before you do anything in life, it comes here first. Okay? To change your way of life. To defect. To defect means what? To come up short. To come up short.
Yeah.
Tamshi.
Turn ye not unto idols.
Turn ye not unto idols. What are idols? What are idols? Idols is a representation, anything that represents or a symbol of an object of worship. Right? A symbol or an object of worship. One of my mans came to my crib and he had a big cross tattooed on his chest. When I finally seen that, I said, whoa, you gotta go. You can't come here. What, man? You got a tattoo of a cross on your chest. You gotta go, homeboy. You can't stay here. See ya.
He doubled up on the abomination.
See ya. He said an idol is a what? A form or appearance visible, but without substance. Without substance means what? Without life. Without substance means without life. So that's what? That denounces the pictures and the images and the statues and the molten images and the graven images that God said that he hate and despise, that we shouldn't be around because it has no life. So we shouldn't have these things in our houses because God hated and despises it. And when we do things that God despises, then you become despised. When we do things that God hates, then you become hated of God, not blessed. How are you blessed? And we do things that God hates.
Because you blessed yourself, that's why.
How are we blessed and we do things that God hates? How you doing? I'm blessed. I'm blessed. Blessed. See, we got to realize something, man. God is allowing you to live your life. Enjoy your life. Why? Because after death, look for punishment. I said, God is allowing you to live your life comfortable because after death, look for punishment. people don't believe that.
That's your own heart.
I said, people don't believe that. Let's read.
Nor make to yourselves molten gods.
Nor make to yourselves molten gods. What is a molten god? Molten god is the Elohe Maseka. Elohe Maseka means Maseka is a mask. Elohe is a god or deity, mask of idols or mask of a god. Right? Molten idols was used in molten gods was used in ceremonial purposes. Right? It was a Hamitic African culture. I said it was a Hamitic African culture. Molten images are casts made of metals that is melted and poured into a mold. Okay? That shapes that gold into what they wanted to shape it in. That's what the nation of Israel worshipped at the grounds of Mount Sinai when they was looking for Moses, and Moses took long to come down, and then when God finally saw. See, I told you, God waits on your choices. He could have stopped them, and he knew what they was going to do, but he stood back and let them do it. Let me see what these people is about. See, when they left out of Egypt, they left Egypt with a heathenistic mentality. They left Egypt with an Egyptian mentality. You can't serve God with a heathenistic mentality. You can't serve God with an American mentality. You can't serve God with a Panamanian mentality, Trinidad mentality, Tobago mentality, American mentality. You can't serve. I'm going back home. The brother say he's going back home. Where you going, brother? Raccoon. Where? Where's home? Panama. That's not your home no more, fool. You still looking at yourself as a Panamanian. You still looking at yourself as a Trinidadian. You still look at yourself as these things. So therefore, you're going to inhabit ways and customs of a Panamanian. You still eat cold foot. You still eating cold foot soup. Chicken foot soup. Chicken fingers. And they suck on it. There ain't no meat on it. It's nothing but gristle and skin. But they take it, the chicken feet, dip it in the soup, and suck it.
Fat. Gristle and fat.
When your mentality change, your eating habits change.
Yeah.
I said when your mentality towards God changes, your eating habits change. Your ways change. Your culture change. Everything about you changes. Everything about you changes. Your point of view of certain things changes. Let's read it.
Verse 5.
Leviticus 19, verse 5.
And if ye offer a sacrifice of peace offerings unto the Lord.
And if what?
And if ye offer
a sacrifice. And if you offer a sacrifice, a peace offering. Now the peace offering was for what? To get back in favor with God.
Yeah.
We had a way to get back in favor with God. That's why God allowed us to have a high priest, that he was able to give up these offerings. Burnt offerings, sin offerings, peace offerings. The peace offerings, we would gain the favor to get back in favor with the Creator. Okay? Go ahead. You shall offer it what?
You shall offer it at your own will.
Ye shall offer it at your own will. Lehirid ron zekem. Razon. Right? Razon, your own will. You shall offer it so that it can be accepted. You shall offer it so that it can be accepted from God. Right? So whatever we do that is of our own will, that is not accepted of God, God is not going to accept it. God is not going to accept it. That's why we got to be careful when we add on and take away from the laws of God that is perfect. Because when you add on and take away, none of the laws we do is accepted. None of the laws that we do is accepted because you're changing things.
Yeah.
You're changing things and you're amending the laws and the commandments of God.
That's the problem.
Okay? The approval of God is earned by merits.
Uh-oh.
I said the approval of God is earned by merits, by the things that you do. That's when God begins to approve you. When you start doing things that is lawful and right for God. Look, when you start making sacrifices for God, that's how you earn your merits, man. That's how you earn your merits. You go out of your way for God. You make yourself uncomfortable for God, for his laws. Let's read.
Verse 6. It shall be eaten the same day ye offer it, and on the morrow.
You shall eat in the same day you offer it, and on the morrow.
And if aught remain unto the third day.
And if aught remain unto the third day.
It shall be burnt in the fire.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Profane. Right? That's what it says, right? Huh? It's profane. It shall be abominable. Huh? Right? What is profane? No, that's the wrong. What verse you at?
That was verse 6 I just read.
Oh, go ahead, my bad. He said, if you eat
at all
on the third day,
it is abominable.
It is abominable.
It shall not
it's
be
detestable. God hated it. God despised it. He says it shall be burnt in the fire. You can't throw it away because these things was used for the sacrifice. And you had 3 days to eat it, 2 days to eat it. On the third day, God said, burn it. He said, burn it. Go ahead, read.
Therefore, everyone that eateth it shall bear his iniquity.
Everyone that eateth shall bear his iniquity.
Because he hath profaned the
You're going to bear your own sin. Right? What does bear your iniquity means? To suffer the punishment of. That's what's going to happen. So when you bear these iniquities, iniquities affects your spirit. It affects your spirit. And it weighs down on your spirit. And when these sins affect your spirit, it begins to pull you away from God. And you become more inclined to wickedness. And when you become more inclined to wickedness, then sin begins to lie more often to the doors of your mind.
Right.
Sin begins to come to your mind more often. Why? Because I am leaning and more inclined to the things that God hates and despises. Go ahead, read. Because therefore everyone that eateth it shall bear his iniquity.
Because he hath profaned
profaned the hallowed things of God. To profane, when you profane, it means what? Devoted or emotionally attached to that which is not holy. Huh? Devoted or emotionally attached to that which is not holy. Huh? That's what makes you profane. Because you are devoted and attached to things that God hates and despises.
That's right.
That's what makes you profane.
That's right.
So we got to be careful of what you're devoted to. You got to be careful of what you're emotionally attached to.
That's right.
You know why? Because when you're emotionally attached to things that God hates and God is against, you are profane. Profane means to be common. When you're common, you're the same. I say, when you're common, you're like the common people.
Right.
You're like
Regular
everybody
people.
else.
Regular people.
You're like the regular people. Okay?
Average Joe.
Tom sheet.
And that soul shall be cut off.
And that soul, and that soul shall be cut off from among his people. What is the word for cut off? What is that? No, niklita. Niklita, nekir. That soul shall be cut off from among his people. That soul shall be estranged from among his people. That soul shall be betrayed or denied. Huh?
Will be stopped.
Go ahead, read.
And when you reap the harvest of your land, thou shalt not wholly reap the corners of thy field.
And when you reap the harvest of your land, thou shalt not wholly reap the corners of thy field, neither shalt thou gather the gleanings of thy harvest. But guess what? This is my field. And God is telling me what to do with my field.
Right.
Why? Because you can't be selfish. You can't always think for yourself. Sometimes I have to put myself on the back burner and think for others. Sometimes I have to put my feelings aside and feel for others. And put you gotta put yourself in their situation and deal with the matter according as if you're going through it. As if you're going through it. Because I noticed that people tell other people to do certain things that they wouldn't do.
That's a fact.
You will tell people to do certain things that you wouldn't inflict on yourself.
Yeah.
Huh?
Evil counsel.
You deal with a child as if you would deal with your own child. How I would deal with my child is how I would deal with yours. And I expect you to deal with my child the same way that you would deal with your own.
Right. That's right.
The same love and care and
That's how
concern
I get
as
that.
if it was yours.
Fact.
That's what God is looking for.
That's a big fact.
A selfish mindset can't serve God.
Big fact.
If you're selfish and you're always thinking about yourself, you can't serve God, because the laws and the commandments of God teaches us to think for others, to do for others, what not to do to others, what you shouldn't do to them, and what.
Talk about it. Talk about it. Talk about it.
Read.
Verse 10. And thou shalt not glean thy vineyard,
And thou shalt not glean thy vineyard.
neither shalt thou gather every grape of thy vineyard. Thou shalt leave them for the poor and the stranger.
Lead them for the poor.
I am the
Lead them
Lord
for
your
the
God.
stranger. I am the Lord your God. He said, don't glean the vineyard. Don't take everything out the vineyard. Because when the poor and the stranger and the fatherless come to eat, it ain't nothing there.
Right. That's how they eat.
You done ate everything. You done took everything off. Go ahead, read.
Verse 11. Ye shall not steal,
Ye shall not steal,
neither deal falsely,
neither deal falsely,
neither lie one to another.
neither lie one to another. To steal is what? To take something that doesn't belong to you. If it ain't yours, you shouldn't be taking it. Law teach no boo. You should not steal, rob, or deceive. Okay? With law tikakshu, you shall not lie. Thou shalt not lie. And we are liars by nature. Man, we some lying. Shoot. I'm talking about myself too. We liars. And when certain things transpire and certain Twitters start to tweeze, now you start to think of something to say to save yourself.
Yeah.
To save yourself. Why? Because you don't want to admit your fault and what you did.
Yeah.
Go ahead, read.
Verse 12. And ye shall not swear by my name falsely.
Ye shall not swear by my name falsely. Read.
Neither shalt thou profane the name of thy God.
He said, you should not swear by my name falsely. Right? So how do you swear by God's name falsely? You done voice something out of your mouth that you didn't keep.
Uh-oh.
I done said something out of my mouth and I swore to God on it and I didn't keep it.
Uh-oh.
Go ahead, read.
Neither shalt thou profane the name of thy God. I am the Lord.
To profane the name of God. To profane means to make common. Neither shall you make common the name of God. Neither shall you profane or make the name of God common. It's plain and simple in plain English, but the people, like, they got shades that they can't see this plainly. So they continue to mention the name of God when God said, don't profane my name. Don't make my name common. When you make God's name common, you continuously mention it over and over and over.
Talk about it. Talk about it. Thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor, neither rob him. The wages.
No ta'ashok. Ta'ashok means extortion. Ta'ashok also means to defraud. Okay? Tamshi.
The wages of him that is hired shall not abide with thee all night until the morning.
Until the morning. So when you have a business and you got workers, you got to make sure you pay the worker at the end of the day. I'm not going to pay my worker weekly, bi-weekly, every 3 days, every 2 weeks. I'm not doing that. You know why? Because God said to pay him at the end of the day. He said, well, what if you have an agreement? My agreement cannot supersede what God said. Our agreements cannot supersede what God said. Well, he agreed. I don't care what he agreed to. What did God say? Pay him at the end of the day. There is certain things that we can't agree on, period. Why? The commandment of God has went forth. And he said that I need to pay this man at the end of the day. So you want to hold your money for a week? You hold it. I don't want it. I'll pay you every day like God says. And you hold that money and keep it there every week. Tamshi.
Thou shalt not curse the deaf, nor put a stumbling
Thou
block.
shalt not curse the deaf. And we have deaf people out there. We have people that are deaf and they can't hear. So because you can't hear, they're not able to speak. Because in order to speak, you got to hear yourself to know what you're saying. Tamshi.
Nor put a stumbling block before the blind.
Nor put a stumbling block before the blind. The word for stumbling block is a mikshol. A mikshol means to cause the person to fall into iniquity. To cause the person to fall into waywardness. Okay? So now a lot of people is turning away from God and falling into sin because we have these people that call themselves self-made teachers. I said self-made teachers. Okay? We were just talking about that today. Okay? This beamer is not for every and anybody to come up here. There are certain people that was designated that made teachers. That's qualified to go up there and teach. Trained to go up there and teach. And the people that come up here and teach have certain qualifications and value with them.
That's right.
Virtue. Okay? Men of truth.
That's right.
Men of truth. Men that stand for the truth regardless of who. Okay? Regardless if he's your brother, regardless if he's your sister, regardless if it's your friend, you stand for the truth because the truth don't have relatives and kinsmen, don't have friends. Okay? The second one is unjust gain. Unjust gain means you can't pay me to rule in your favor. Okay? Okay, and what's the other one? Hating covetousness. You know what hating covetousness is? Covetousness means I want what's not mine. It don't belong to me, but I want it. And if I ain't got it, I will hate you and despise you for what you got. I will hate you and despise you for what you got. All that goes on with inside your heart, inside. These are the qualifications of teachers. We put people up there that desecrate the Sabbath.
That's right.
And we put them up there to talk.
You got a bald head.
We put people up there that have bald heads.
Yeah, I'm not sitting under no bald head.
We had people up there that had bald heads. and we put them up there to talk. We put people up there with no hair on their face, and we put them up there to talk. Listen, if you have a bald head and you shaved up with a goatee, you shouldn't be up there. Nobody is bald like Mr. Clean. If you have a Mr. Clean, that's because you keep shaving it. I don't want to come to your house and see you shave. I'm gonna say, man, what you doing, man? You look like a goddamn fool in that mirror, shaving that head like that. Yeah, that's not our custom. That's not our ways. Yeah, huh? Teachers were appointed by official heads. My father appointed teachers.
Official head.
I said, my father appointed teachers.
Official
There's
head.
certain qualities that come from teachers. Everybody don't come up here. Kids don't come up here. This is a spot for men, not women.
That's right.
I'm sorry to say.
That's right.
It's a new day.
I said, I'm sorry to say.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to say.
Talk about it, man.
When you have in the book, when you read the law, it speaks about ministers of God. You never had a female minister. All the ministers of God were of men.
That's right.
Priests.
Now, ministers
That's right.
and prophets are two different things.
Different things. That's correct.
Deborah was a prophetess. Huldah was a prophetess. She wasn't a minister.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
She didn't go up and stand up on a pulpit
I say, come on, man.
to teach and preach
No.
the word of God.
Talk that talk, brother. Talk.
Okay?
Talk that talk, brother.
We're getting this thing here misconstrued. We're getting this thing here confused. Because listen, I was taught from an old head that been in it from 70s. And what's being done now wasn't done in the 70s, wasn't done in the 60s, wasn't done in the 80s. This is some newly revised things that's going on in Israel. Whether you agree or you forbear,
Facts.
or
Talk
you
about it.
disagree, I'm only here to teach you the truth.
Talk about
And
it.
I'm not going to bite my tongue.
Talk about it, kid.
I don't bite my tongue because I wasn't raised that way. And taught me how to bite my tongue.
Yeah.
Let's read.
Verse 15.
Verse 15.
Ye shall do no unrighteousness in judgment.
Ye shall do no unrighteousness in judgment. So when you're judging a matter and my son is wrong,
He's wrong.
he's wrong.
That's right.
Because these things, when you judge in favor of unrighteousness, then that's what splits people.
Yes.
That's right.
That's when people start splitting.
Division.
Yeah.
That's what brings about division and separation.
Yeah.
Because the head, the so-called leader, is judging with favoritism. He's being partial. I say he's being partial. Okay? Okay? And this is how you lose your people. Because you're partial. Where one can do and he get away. But when this one do, you want to hang him. You want to run down on them. Those are not godly ways. Those are not godly traits. Come on, man. Come on, man. That's not just. That's not just. My brothers know, man. Y'all wrong. I'm a little man. Listen, man, y'all wrong. Listen, brother, you wrong, man. You should have did this. The Lord said this and this and this and this. You want to get angry at me for me telling you that you're wrong? So be it. I'd rather tell you you're wrong before God look at me and said I'm wrong. And when God look at me, I'm wrong, and said I'm wrong, he said, man, God, listen, you gotta forsake him. You rat. You up here preaching the word of God every week, reading, you know right from wrong.
Yeah.
And you're gonna agree with him in his wrongness? I don't want to get visited from God. No. I don't want to get visited from God. Look, one of my brothers just said something, and it's facts. He said the whole thing, Prince Zakaria. I don't know why you got Don Blanco on there, but you need to put Prince Zakaria.
He's a Don. He's a
Your
Don.
name ain't Don Blanco, brother. Your name is
He's
Prince
Don.
Zakaria. Yeah, you a Don.
He's a
Just
Don.
put Prince Zakaria / Don Blanco.
Yeah.
So everybody know this ain't no regular Fu Manchu man that just talking. This man was raised under my father
That's
for
right.
years.
That's right.
And he's well versed in the laws and the commandments and the history. Look, sometimes I gotta turn to him for certain historic things.
Yeah.
He's well versed.
Yeah.
So he said, this whole thing was passed down from Prince Yaakov, the head knock of all Hebrews. He was the only man with that title.
Right.
Not the leader of Hashaba, not no leader in no other camp.
Right.
Prince Yaakov, was the head knock of all Hebrews. Everybody was calling themselves Black Hebrews.
Yeah.
And when he came, and Moors, when he came,
Right.
he changed all that.
Yeah.
You were Israelites. I said, you were Israelites. You were Israelite, man.
Yeah.
You were Israelite. Let's read. Where we at?
Verse 15.
Verse
You
15.
shall do no unrighteousness in
You
judgment.
shall do no unrighteousness in judgment.
Thou shalt not respect the person of the poor,
Don't respect the person of the poor,
nor honor the person of the
nor
mighty.
honor the person of the mighty.
But in
Righteousness shall thou judge thy neighbor. So look, man, look here.
Hold
I
on.
said, looky here.
Hold on.
When certain situations transpire, because you being the head of a congregation and of people who's going to bring problems to you.
It's coming.
It's coming. So when the problems come to you, I have to judge that matter according to what God says.
To the left.
I can't tell these people about what did you do. Wait a minute. What do you mean what you just do? Listen, it's nothing about what you did. You know what it's about? What did God say to do? If this happened or that transpired. God shows us the procedure. God tells us and shows us how to handle certain matters.
Right.
Huh? He tells us what to do. God said, if she doesn't go the way that you desire her to go, God didn't say, get the iron cord and beat her.
Talk about it.
Take your belt off, son, and beat her.
Talk about it, man.
Take her and torture her.
Talk about it, man.
Man, open your hand and give her one smack.
Stop beating the woman.
God ain't say that. He said she don't go the way you want. He said cut her off from your flesh. That's the first thing to do.
That's right.
Number
Talk
one.
about it.
No more sex. Because you're not going the way I want you to go. So I'm going to cut you off from the flesh. What's next? Write a bill of divorcement. The bill of divorcement, that was the only thing we had records of, was a bill of divorcement. We didn't have a marriage record. We didn't have marriage documents. We didn't have marriage license. But now you need a marriage license. Why? Because we're subjected under a different government. So if you truly desire this woman to be your wife, then take her downtown and put some paperwork on her. Brother, slow down on that. Once you start talking about that, nah, come on, son. I ain't doing that, brother. She already my wife. Why I gotta do that, man? You fronting. You fronting. I say you fronting. Any man that marries my daughter, you gonna take her downtown. Yeah, I know God says sex consummate the marriage and all that, but to really sanction it, you're gonna go get paperwork. I ain't gotta have a ceremony, because we ain't had marriage ceremonies where we stood before a man and the man said, I announce you, man and wife. I pronounce you, man and wife. Next thing they look at you and say, where's your wedding band? The wedding band is a hero. The wedding band is a hieroglyphic symbol that represents what? The sun god.
The sun god.
So we don't wear rings.
Talk about it,
I said, we don't wear rings. You know how we knew if a woman was married? Married women covered their heads. Married women had certain attire
That's right.
that they wore. Just like virgins had certain attire. How do I know this? By reading the book.
That's right.
Tamar wore a ketonet pasim. Ketonet pasim is a robe of many stripes. And she was a virgin. And she was a virgin. Kingly apparels. She was a virgin. So there were certain attires where you would know a virgin, whores, marriage women, king's daughters. They all have different attires where you can distinguish who is who, what is what. Back in these days, the whores had what you call shame. The whores had shame. And guess what? The whores was not of Israel. Israelite daughters were not whores.
That's right. Talk about
I said the Israelite daughters wasn't whores. You know why? God said, don't profane your daughter to be a whore. So the whores was what? Of other nations. I said the whores were of other nations. They was not Israelites. Tamar only dressed up as a harlot because she was on one mission. She had a purpose. And her purpose and her desire was to fulfill the commandment and the laws of God. That's what people call the oral law, because these things wasn't written. It was passed down. It was passed down. They call that the oral law, but these laws was passed down. So because she dressed up as a harlot, went into an open place.
Open place.
You know what an open place is? A woman with virtue and respect and shame for herself don't go in open places. What I mean by that? An open place is a spot where you go to be noticed. You want to be noticed by Tom, Dick, Harry, Henry, Michael, everybody, the Stu, everybody. So this is why a woman would dress a certain way to be noticed by men.
Right.
The doorway.
Stand up in the doorway. That's right. Men come in.
Where we at?
Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer.
Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer.
Among thy people.
What is a talebearer? A talebearer is one who defames a person's character, makes a false oral statement about a person with no truth. You can't call him a homosexual if he never portrayed these things towards you. You can't say I did this and tell people things contrary things about a person that you have no concrete proof about. I don't care what you feel in your heart. I don't care what feelings you done stirred up. Most of the time, we have to wait and put the brakes on certain things to see what happens. Because guess what? You don't ever think that maybe I could be wrong. So let me wait, get myself out the situation and wait. Because majority of the time you're wrong. Okay? Majority of the time you are wrong. Time sheet.
Neither shalt thou stand against the blood of thy neighbor.
Neither shalt thou stand against the blood of thy neighbor. My brother is in trouble, I'm in trouble. I said, my brother is in trouble, I am in trouble. I will not allow no Israelite that pray to the same God I pray to be in trouble, and I'm not going to help him. I ain't doing that. I'm not going to do that. In order for certain, if God truly wants you, then he will not inform me. I'm going to make it so that he don't go. Listen, man, there was a man named Chief Amos. It was a man named Chief Amos. All right? And he was going out to take care of certain situations. And my father told me, he said, listen, man, if you don't come back, I ain't coming back. If you die there, I'm going to die there. I'm bringing you back. He looked at him and said, nah, I ain't crazy. He told him crazy. He said, nah, I ain't crazy.
I'm serious.
Serious. So he ended up going without calling my father. Why? Because what was supposed to happen was supposed to happen.
That's right. That's right.
And God already knew. My father was sitting down in a room with a black robe. A lot of toys with toys. A lot of water guns, toys sitting down, waiting
for the call.
Waiting for the call. But God made it so that he didn't call him, which means it was time. It was for him to go. That's why everything went the way it went. That's why everything went the way it went. The conclusion of the matter. That's right. Tom C.
Verse 17.
Verse 17. Look, man.
Yeah, man.
Look,
Yeah,
man.
Yeah.
Look, man.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna call no names, but it was another brother that came complaining to me. He said because the camp that he went to, he complained to them about some Mexicans bothering him. And nobody showed up to them.
Nobody.
Mind you, he don't come to this camp, but he came here and had to get help.
Yeah, talk that.
He came here and had to get help. So when I went out there, I see these bunch of Mexicans messing with the man car. I'm like, hey, he walked by, yo, that's them right there. So he was scared that you almost seen him. I said, nah, man. I said, hey, sup? I said, come here.
Yeah.
Look. I said, you see this man car? I said, don't bother this man car again, man. Or I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna light this whole block up.
That's fine. So
that's the unity that God is looking for,
that's
man.
what he's looking for.
We serve the same God.
And he don't come here.
And he don't come here to congregate. I don't care if he don't come here.
Yeah.
Because Israelites, you know what Israelites teach?
Uh-oh.
They protect whoever goes to their camp.
That's the church.
They protect and go for whoever goes to the camp. And if somebody from another camp go to their camp, they look at you like you strange, like you're an outcast, like you're a weirdo. Nobody look at you weird. Like, what you doing here? Pass you straight. Man, we all one people because we serve the same God. We all one people because we serve the same God. And if you don't come to this camp, I don't care if you don't come to this camp. You still underneath my umbrella. And I expect the same from you. If I come to you and I need help, then you come to my aid. Come on, man. Let's read.
Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart.
Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart. Huh? Hate means what? Aversion. Aversion means you start to develop the desire to stay away. My brother told me that. He said, I'm just going to stay away now, but then you hate him now. If you stay away, then that means you hate him. You can't stay away because you don't want God. You don't want to put yourself in the category of one that hate. And God said, don't hate. Because this thing called hate, it has more an effect of the person that hate than the one that don't. It has more effect of the person that has developed a hatred than the one that don't. You cannot serve God bearing grudge and hatred. You gotta let it go. At some point in time in life, you gotta let it go.
Some people got grudges against people who are dead.
We hold grudges against people, and it's been years. 10 years done passed. You're still holding the same grudge. You gotta listen, God don't hold a grudge with you. I said, what if God hold a grudge with you? And he is all merciful. But you know why he don't hold grudges? It's because he don't get down like that. Once you change towards the things that is lawful and right, guess what? Guess what God said? When you turn to righteousness, everything that was wicked and evil, I forgot it. I'm going to leave it alone.
He's doing the right thing.
I'm gonna leave it alone.
That's right.
The man is dead, man. Let the grudge go.
Yeah, let it go.
The man is dead.
That's right.
Let it
The
go.
grudge is dead, man.
Yeah, man.
Where we at?
You can't smoke on him, man. Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart.
Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart.
Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy
Rebuke
neighbor
thy neighbor,
and not suffer sin upon him.
and not suffer sin upon him.
That's
You know how I could tell? Let me tell you something. And I noticed something about myself. And I'm not patting myself in the back, but I tend to deal with situations and I don't hold on it, I forget it. So when certain things transpired, I done forgot about it.
Right.
The person that I done got into it with again, they bring up the same thing that happened in the past. I'm like, what? I don't know nobody did that. I'm not paying that no mind. We handled that situation already. I done forgot about that.
It never happened.
But these people hold on to things. I remember this, and you did this, and you said this. How in the world you remember what I said so keenly after 10 years? After 10 years, 15 years, I remember. All right, these type of people is dangerous. These type of people is dangerous.
Any given time they come out with that.
Yeah,
Very dangerous.
dangerous, man. Let's read.
Thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge against the children of thy
Thou
people.
shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people. And what God did, God stopped King David because he was going to avenge himself. King David was going to avenge himself against Nabal because he sent 200 out to get food. He goes and returns of bad words. Said, man, I don't know this King David. I don't know this. He said, this is probably a servant that ran away from his master. When they came back, guess what happened? King David started to rile up. He said, all right, let's go. We're going to kill everything. We're going to kill everything. Why was King David going to kill everything? Not because he riled up. You know why? Because I did good to you and you returned me evil.
Yeah.
That's why King David was going to go at Nabal
And kill everything.
Yeah.
I did good to you and you returned me back evil.
Yeah.
But God had to stop him. Because that's not the good. That's not a reason. That's not a reason why you should kill someone. So God stopped him. Huh? And it's your people.
Oh,
Tom shit.
But thou shalt love thy neighbor as
But
thyself.
thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. We don't do that. We don't love each other like we love
I love
ourselves.
myself more and more.
Huh?
That's it.
All I do is love myself.
More and more.
Sometimes you don't even love yourself. So depending upon how much that person loves himself, you can know what to expect from him.
Right.
Now you know what to expect from that person because he don't love his own self. He does his self-cruelty.
Yeah.
So what you think he gonna do to you?
You ain't not cool.
See, love your neighbor like you love yourself is consideration. Okay? Loving your neighbor like you love yourself means to consider. So if I consider you, I love you. Love is consideration. If I don't want what I don't want said to me, I won't say to you.
Care and concern.
I said what I don't want said to me, I won't say to you.
You'll say to you.
What I don't want done to me won't be done to you. And it's plain and simple and easy. That's it. But people want to put their hands on other people and refuse to sit and let the person that they struck hit them back.
It's not gonna work.
It's not going to work.
Somebody go.
Tom Sheik,
You shall keep my statute.
you shall keep my statutes.
Thou shalt not let thy cattle gender with a diverse kind.
Thou shalt not let thy cattle gender with a diverse kind. Okay? A diverse kind, kilayim, it means to hybrid, living quarters. They lived separately. Anytime you gender two different types of animals, what comes from those animals becomes huh?
Hybrid.
Not hybrid. The word is they become
Impotent.
impotent. They become impotent. They won't be able to procreate. Anytime
They don't
you
live
cross
long.
2 different animals,
Yeah.
they won't be able to procreate.
They don't live long either.
And they don't live long either.
That's correct.
Tom Sheep.
Thou shalt not sow thy field with mingled seed.
Thou shalt not sow. To sow means to plant. I am aware that other fruits has been generated and formed through
The
cross-pollinization,
wind carries it.
where the wind carries the pollen and other fruits develop. That's why you have different types of apples.
Right.
You have
Right,
Red
right,
Delicious,
right.
Macintosh.
Uh-huh.
Those are not mixed fruits. I can still eat those type of fruits because God is only talking about planting 2 different types of
Farming.
seeds.
When you're farming. Yeah.
When you are farming,
That's it. See.
I can eat a fruit that has been developed through cross-pollinization
Yeah.
because it ain't got nothing to do with planting.
They call it wild.
Okay,
It's a wild fruit.
let's read. Neither shall a garment,
Mingle of linen and woolen come upon thee.
neither shall a garment mingle.
Of linen.
Beged kilaim, mix shanetzis fabrics. A garment of mixed fabrics. Lo yale aleka. Okay? Mixed fabrics. So guess what? My sheets is 100% cotton wool, linen, or silk. I don't have mingled sheets. My blanket is 100% cotton wool, linen, or silk. I don't have mingled blankets.
Polyester.
I don't even have polyester. My towels is 100% cotton. I don't have mingled towels. Because I don't want, listen, our forefathers didn't even touch these things. They didn't even touch these things. Tom Sheep.
And whosoever lieth carnally with a woman that is a bondmaid,
Whosoever lieth carnally with a woman that is a bondmaid,
she shall be scourged.
she shall be scourged. Scourge means to beat, right? But in the Hebrew, it don't mean scourge. Nowhere in the book I read where they beat the woman.
Nowhere.
Because they didn't do, listen. So the word for scourge, it means diligent inquisition shall be made. Investigation. Okay? So, and whosoever lieth carnally with a woman that is a bondmaid betrothed to an husband. She's a bondmaid, which means what? In the Hebrew, it don't say bondmaid. In the Hebrew, it says shifka. Okay? Shifka is a maid servant. Okay? Whosoever lieth carnally with a woman that is a maid servant. Now, this maid servant was betrothed. She was engaged to who? To a man, to a husband, to a Lord. Okay? Now, engaged in marriage is dealt with the same penalty. Same way. And not at all redeemed. She wasn't free. No freedom given her. Redeemed meaning she hasn't been redeemed from her family. Okay? Because the laws for a maidservant or a manservant are different laws. In order for the woman to go free, her relatives, her kinsmen, her family have to come and redeem her. Okay? The man is let loose at the 7th year. He's released at the 7th year. The woman don't get released the same way as the men get released. They don't go out as the men go out. That's the law, right? Go ahead, read.
They shall not be put to death.
They shall not. Wait a minute. Read that over again. Let's get the whole situation.
Verse 20. And whosoever lieth carnally,
Whosoever lieth carnally, whosoever has sex
with a woman
with a woman
that is a bondmaid,
that is a maidservant,
she shall be scourged.
betrothed to an husband. She's engaged to a man and not at all redeemed. Her family didn't redeem her. No freedom. She wasn't free. She shall be scourged. You mean to tell me she don't die? Why? Because she was a maidservant. She's a maidservant. If she was not a maidservant, if she was engaged and she had sex with a man that she was not engaged to, they both died.
Right.
They both died. Okay? Time sheet.
They shall not be put to death
They shall not be put to death.
because she was not free.
Okay, time sheet.
And he shall bring his trespass offering unto the Lord, unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, even a ram for a trespass offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him with the ram of the trespass offering before the Lord.
So my brother said the sheep cock was a maidservant, not of Israelites. Not of Israelites. Where? Oh, that I didn't know that. I know, but we did have maidservants. We had men servants and maidservants. That's when the father would let his daughter and sell her to be a maidservant. So later on, we got to talk about that.
Because the bond servants were alienated.
Right, the bond servants were slaves.
Were slaves.
Which means they were not of Israel.
They were not.
We could not make bond servants of our own people.
Our servants.
Right. Right. Go ahead, read.
And the priest shall make an atonement for him with the ram of the trespass offering.
And the what verse is that?
22. I'm at 22.
Okay. Go ahead, read.
And the priest shall make an atonement for him with the ram of the trespass offering before the Lord for his sin which he had done, and the sin which he had done shall be forgiven him. And when ye shall come into the land, and the priest shall make an atonement for him with the ram of the trespass offering.
And the priest shall make an atonement for him, read.
With the ram of the trespass offering.
With the ram of the trespass offering.
Before the Lord for his sin which he had done.
Amah is maidservant. Shifka also is a maidservant. That's what it says in Hebrew. The word shifka, it says it has their shifka, also is a maidservant. Go ahead, read.
And the priest shall make an atonement for him with the ram of the trespass offering.
And the priest shall make an atonement for who? For him of the ram of the trespass offering
before the Lord.
Before God.
For his sin.
For his iniquity.
Which he had done.
Which he had done. You see who's charged? You see who's charged? Not her. He's charged.
So
she ain't charged with nothing.
That's why she don't get beat.
That's why she don't get beat. Diligent inquisition gets done. They didn't beat and scourge the woman. Beat her for what? Whatever she did, he's the cause. That's what God said.
Right.
I said, whatever she did, he is the cause. That's why he had to bring up an offering. We want to blame the woman. Don't blame the woman. She ain't did nothing. It's his fault.
You went up.
Time sheet.
And the sin which he had done shall be forgiven him. And when ye shall come into the land, and shall have planted all manner of trees for food, then you shall count the fruit thereof as uncircumcised.
When you go into what? Into the land.
Into the land.
And you have planted all trees for food.
Then you shall count
the fruit thereof as uncircumcised.
3 years.
3 years it shall be.
As uncircumcised.
As uncircumcised.
It shall not be eaten of. But in the 4th year, all the fruit thereof shall be holy to praise the Lord with gold.
How do you praise God with these fruits? By giving it to the priest. They didn't burn it on the altar. They didn't burn it on the altar. And that look. See, the offering was not set up yet during the times of Cain and Abel. But because Abel has gained the attention of God, God has leaned them and turned them towards, guided his foot towards doing the right and correct thing. Because he has gained favor in the eyes of God. But Cain was not regarded in the eyes of God. God didn't regard him. What it was that Cain did, I don't know what he did because it wasn't written. And I didn't read it. And it didn't specify what Cain did. But I tell you one thing, he was able to realize that God has turned away from him. He had realized these things. And because of that, his countenance fell. He was sad. His countenance fell and he was sad. Like a child sad because their parents is angry with them. If you ain't sad because your father and your mother angry with you, then something's wrong.
You're on your way out.
You're on your way out. You're supposed to feel a certain type of way. Because your parents, your mother and your father angry, I can't leave this house and go about my business and my mother and my father tight.
People, right?
Oh, well, I'm just leaving. I'm just going to stay. I can't just stay away.
Yeah.
I got to keep coming around to get back in good graces with my father and my mother. And that's what Cain did. Cain he wanted to get back. He said, man, he said, the iniquity is too much. He said, I can't bear it. He said, first of all, you done hid me from your face. You mean to tell me I can't seek your face no more? And if I try to seek your face, I'm not going to get an answer? Huh? If I try to seek your face, I'm not going to get an answer?
That's his whole world upside down.
Mess this whole world up. Read.
Verse 25. And in the 5th year, ye shall eat of the fruit thereof, that it may yield unto you the increase thereof. I am the Lord your God. You shall not eat anything with the blood.
Ye shall not eat anything with the blood. I have heard the most wildest things said from men, that it is mathematically impossible to get all the blood out the meat.
That's because you want to eat blood, Negro.
God said, get it out.
That's
Get it out.
I never heard nothing like that. If God said, eat no manner of blood,
Damn,
Get it out.
there is a way to get that blood out.
that's right.
And ground beef is easy to get out. You know why? Because it's not a clump. It's all broken up. All you gotta do is put it in salt water and all that blood comes out of it. All that blood comes out of it. But the reason why we say the things that we say, the reason why we do the things that we do is because we're doing things in our life that is contrary
That's
from
right.
what God said.
That's
So
right.
now our mentality is distorted.
That's right.
So now our thinking pattern is distorted.
That's right.
Everything we do is distorted and contrary
That's right.
from what God says. Go ahead, Tom sheet.
In the 5th year shall ye eat of the
No,
fruit
verse
thereof,
you
that
skip.
it may yield unto you.
You see, shall eat no man
You shall not eat
anything
anything
with the blood.
with the blood.
Tom sheet.
Neither shall ye use enchantment.
Leviticus 19, verse 26. You shall not eat anything with the blood, neither shall you use enchantments, nor observe times. Verse 27.
You shall not round the corners of your head.
Ye shall not round the corners of your head,
Neither shalt thou mar the corners of thy beard.
neither shall what?
Shalt thou mar the corners of thy beard.
Okay. Sister says she heard that too. See, I ain't the only one. I ain't the only one. Where people is teaching Israelites that it's impossible to get all the blood out.
Wickedness.
That's evil.
Man. Wickedness.
And God said, don't eat no manner of blood.
What are you doing?
So you're going against the commandment of God. Get that blood out, man. Because the consumption of blood blocks you from seeing the clearness of the laws and the commandments and the statutes of God. Now, by me consuming blood, the bridle gets put in my mouth, and God will begin to lead me astray because we are doing things in our lifetime, in our life, that causes us to be led astray, that causes us to be cut off. And these are the people that come up on the bema and teach and preach the laws and teach the laws of God.
That's why the whole is being led astray right
Okay.
now. Chicken, nigga.
It says, ye shall not round the corners of your heads. When I read the law, my father always taught me to go into the Hebrew.
That's right.
Go into the Hebrew so that you can get the complete meaning of what the verse is. But Israelites never go into the Hebrew when you go to this verse. You know why? Because they're selective about what they go into the Hebrew about. Only when they are violating it. And it reveals to them their violation, their faults. Okay? So when you round the corners of your heads, you could only do that with a child, a baby.
Right.
The baby, you put certain gadgets and you can shake
mold-
their heads
mold their-
and mold their heads to the shape that you want.
Amen.
Right? Neither shalt thou mar the corners of thy beards. Now, in the Hebrew, right? In the Hebrew, it says, Lo takwipu. Takwipu come from the root. Takwipu come from the root word kwipa. Kwipa means to skim off. Lo takwipu. You shall not skim off. Payat. Payat is a side, section, lock, or curl of your Roshekem is your head. Okay? He said you should not skim off a side, section, lock, or curl of your head. So that means what? We should not have Caesars. We should not have bald heads. All Israelites born, homeborn, should have hair on their head.
That's correct.
If you go in a barbershop and you go get a haircut, you are violating the laws and the commandments of God.
Not supposed to be taped.
All right? Lo takwipu payat rosheken, right? Where lo tashkit. Tashkit means to corrupt. You shall not corrupt et payat, a side, section, lock, or curl, zekwaneka. Zekwaneka is your beard. Okay? Now people say, but Mephibosheth trimmed his beard. These are things that we need to go into the Hebrew so that we can get a clearer understanding. Because in the Hebrew, it doesn't say that he trimmed his beard. It says that he trimmed his safam. Safam is mustache. You can trim your mustache, but you can't trim your beard. Safam is mustache. Zekwaneka is your beard. But we got a lot of Israelites walking around with goatees, bald faces,
No sideburns,
bald heads.
looking like Sunni Muslims.
Okay? We got to cut this. We got to cut this. I don't have much time yet, but let's go into these. Let's go into Psalms 15. Let's go into Psalms 15. We're going to learn the ways of King David. The ways of King David that drew God's attention. We're going to learn what are the things that drew God's attention towards King David. What are the things that God looked at King David and he favored him? Huh? He favored him. He said, this man, King David, is the only man. He said, he got a heart like me. He got a heart like God. Huh? Let's read it. Psalms 15.
Lord, who shall abide in thy tabernacle?
Lord, who shall abide? Who shall dwell? Who shall live? Who shall remain in thy tabernacle? Huh? Who shall remain in thy tabernacle? Okay? Tamshi.
Who shall dwell in thy holy hill?
Who shall dwell in thy holy hill? A holy hill means a holy mountain. Mount Zion. Go ahead.
He that walketh uprightly.
He that walketh uprightly. Holek tamim. Right? Upright in life. Throughout your life, you live your life uprightly before God. Huh? Upright in life and towards God. Everything we do has to be towards the standards that God has set. And if it's not done towards the standards that God has set, then it's not upright. Huh? Perfect. Whole. Right? Go ahead, read.
And work it righteousness.
And work it righteousness. Poel Zedek. Poel Zedek means what? Your deeds. Huh? The things that you do. Your actions. Your deeds. Your deeds and the things that you do is righteous. The word Zedek. Zedek means what? Zedek means what? A thing. Zedek means rightness, straightness, or rectitude. Right? So what is rightness? Check this out. When I looked up the definition of rightness, it means altruism. Altruism. Altruism is the belief in or practice of disinterested and selfless concern for the well-being of others. Which means I'm more interested in your concern, in your well-being. And who did that? Moses. Moses was ready to give up his own life than for God to kill the nation. Huh? Moses was ready. He was selfless. His mentality was to care for the people. And that's all he cared about.
He never put himself first.
He never put himself first or above the people. That is meekness. That's righteousness. Why do you think God looked at Moses and said, he said, man, there'll never be another man like Moses. Never. Yeah, this man. Huh? Who beheld the appearance. Who beheld the appearance of God.
Wow.
Huh?
Wow.
Listen, that's why he's a God.
Right.
I said, that's why he's a God. Because he could come as a spirit. Next thing, he done took Moses and put him in the cleft of the rock. And he removed his hand and showed him his back part. I reveal myself to you, and then I go back into the spirit form. Huh? Next thing, the burning bush is burning, and God spoke to him from out the burning bush. But God did that because he wanted to attract his interest. Because the bush was burning and it wasn't consumed. So that drew Moses' attention. That drew his attention. And he said, man, let me go see this great sight. Why this bush is burning. Why this bush is burning and it ain't being consumed. You know what that means? And you know what that should tell you? If you don't show no interest in God, then God is not going to be interested in you. God is not going to open your eyes to certain things. Because in order for God to open your eyes to his laws, commandments, and statutes, you got to show a certain level of interest. Well, I show interest. You ain't showing enough interest.
You ain't showing enough. That's right.
You ain't showing enough interest. You got to show a certain level of interest
Show more interest
in God in order for God to open your eyes to these things.
You show more interest in Tawana, Negro.
Okay? Go ahead. No, hold on. Rightness means the definition for rightness is altruism. Altruism is the belief in or practice of disinterested and selfless concern for the well-being of others, which means you put yourself to the side. You're more concerned for them than you are for yourself. That's righteousness. The book teaches us what is righteousness. Huh? The book teaches us righteousness, man. And the way to get God's attention. Right? Rectitude. Morally correct behavior and thinking. It goes into your behavior and the way you think. Okay? Time sheet.
And speaking the truth in his heart.
Uh-huh.
He that backbited not with
Speak
his
the
tongue.
truth in his heart. Regardless of who it hurt. Regardless by me saying this, I'm going to hurt this person's feelings. But hey, I got to voice it. I'm sorry. The problem is that we're more concerned about how a person feels than speaking the truth.
That's the problem.
We're more concerned about how this person feels than doing what God says. And that's the problem. Go ahead.
Verse 3.
Uh-huh.
He that backbited not with his tongue.
Uh-oh. The word for backbite in the Hebrew is ragal. Resh gimel lamed. Ragal means to slander. What is slander? Slander is a false oral statement that damages a person's reputation. You say things with no proof, with no concrete proof about the person, And it damages that man's reputation or that woman's reputation. Because you're saying things and voicing things that's not true. Now you have everybody else looking at the person like with some type of crookedness in them. But it ain't true. Tom Sheep.
Nor doth evil to his neighbor.
Nor do evil to his neighbor. It wasn't specific on what type of evil. He said, don't do no evil to your neighbor. Evil, period. Tom Sheep.
Nor taketh up a reproach against his neighbor.
Nor taking up a reproach. To take up a reproach means to utter a reproach. The word for reproach is kirpa. Kirpa means a shameful thing. To utter a shameful thing against his neighbor. Querob. Querob means his kinsman. To utter a shameful thing against his kinsman. You know what that means? When you reveal shameful things about what happened with direct family. I cannot go and spread what happens from within to other people. Because this thing is shameful. And if you look at it as shameful, you're gonna try to muffle it as much as possible. Okay? Certain things ought to be kept within and not spoken about. And when we do these things, there's no faithfulness in that person. When that person can't keep his mouth shut, there's no faithfulness in that person.
Yeah.
Huh? If you can't be faithful to what's in front of you, how you gonna be faithful to God? How can I be faithful to God and I can't be faithful to you? To what's in front of me? Some sheep.
Nor taking up a reproach against his neighbor. In whose eyes a vile person is contemned.
In whose eyes a vile person is contemned. Wait a minute. The word for vile is ma'as. Min, aleph, samek. Right? Ma'as means rejected, refused. Okay? Rejected means when you're rejected, you refuse to accept or consider. So when God rejects you, you are not accepted and he will not consider you. Okay? So when God rejects you, you're not going to agree with what you read. You're not going to accept with what you read. Because God has rejected you and he has blocked you. Because he has rejected you, you're blocked. So you ain't gonna see what this other person that's not rejected see. We're not gonna see the same thing.
They will see the Lord clear.
We're not gonna see the same thing.
You're gonna say you can't get all the blood out.
When God rejects you, you're not gonna show no affection. I said when God rejects you, you're not gonna show no affection or concern for the word of God. Huh? That's why when certain things is voiced and said, you get a reaction from certain ones, and certain ones you don't get no reaction. It don't move them. Huh? It don't move them. And I don't expect everything that's voiced off the beamer to move people because we are not the same.
That's right.
You're doing things that's causing you to be in that place that you're in.
Zoned out.
No belief in God is when you are rejected.
That's right.
When you are rejected, now you begin to come up short in your actions.
That's right.
Because you're rejected. Okay? Contend.
Right.
Contend. Where verse you at?
Verse 4.
Go ahead.
In whose eyes a vile person is contemned.
In whose eyes a vile person is contemned. Contempt, the Hebrew word for contempt is bazak, means despise. In whose eyes a vile person is despised. The word despise, it means to feel contempt or deep repugnance. To find out what's going on, we gotta look up dictionary. We need dictionary. You gotta look up these words so you can get a clearer meaning. Right? Contempt means what? Contempt is when you disregard something that should be taken in consideration. When you disregard the laws of God, you have contempt. When you disregard these statutes, okay? Deep repugnance is strong dislike. antagonism, aversion, antipathy. It means to contradict. Antipathy means a feeling against someone with no proof. A feeling that's stirred up within yourself and you don't have no proof to substantiate those stirred up feelings that I have within me. It's just feelings.
You're the only one feel that way.
And you the only one feel that way. Nobody else feels that way. But you are stirring up these negative feelings within yourself. You know why these things is happening to you? Because you are rejected of God. So when you are rejected of God, these things happen to these people. Because a person that's not rejected of God, he's not going to base a situation off of feelings. Because my feelings, it don't have to be right. People call it woman intuition. You think men ain't got intuition? Men got intuition too. But most men don't go by that. A lot of men don't go by that. They go to seek out the truth, to get evidence and concrete proof about what they feel before they start to blame. Women, they get women intuition, and then they start asking questions, and you go into the interrogation room. Where were you at the time of so and so time to so and so time?
Complex question.
Where were you during this time here? Why, when I called you here and did?
You gotta answer the correct.
And then, listen, man, it's talking to you.
Not my mama, man.
Aversion. Aversion is a feeling of repugnance towards something with a desire to avoid it or turn from it. That's aversion. That also is hatred. Disinclination, lack of enthusiasm. Lack of enthusiasm means no enjoyment or interest in the things that God accepts. You don't show no enjoyment and you don't show no interest in the things that God accepts. You don't rejoice in the laws and the commandments and the statutes of God. You sit down there like a bump on the log, and every now and then you just roll and shift back and forth. Antagonism. Antagonism is active hostility. Active hostility or opposition. Active hostility is a hostile attitude or nature. Your nature is your character. That's why you look at a person and you ask them, why are you that way? You are too hostile. This is not the way of the righteous. This is not the way of the godly. This is not the way of the pious. Active opposition means to be against and resist the things that God accepts. Tom Sheep.
But he honoreth them that fear the Lord.
But he honoreth them that fear God.
He that sweareth to his own hurt and change it not.
The word for hurt is evil. He that sweareth for evil and don't change. Which means whatever you said out of your mouth, whether it's evil or good, you got to do it. That's why you got to watch your mouth. You got to watch the things that you just say things emotionally out of anger because you just run your mouth and run your mouth. Now you got to do it.
Legally charged.
Now you got to fulfill it. You done ran your mouth too much. Go ahead.
He that putteth not out his money to usury, nor taketh reward against the innocent, he that doeth these things shall never be moved.
Go to Deuteronomy 17. Deuteronomy chapter 17. Got it?
Got it.
Deuteronomy chapter 17. Tom sheet.
Thou shalt not sacrifice unto the Lord thy God any bullock or sheep wherein is blemish.
Thou shalt not sacrifice unto God any bullock or sheep wherein there is blemish. What is a blemish? A blemish is an animal with a defect. A blemish is an animal with a physical defect. It also means moral stain. So the defect or the blemish could be physical.
Or
The defect or the blemish could be spiritual.
that's right, either way.
Okay?
That's right.
Now, what is a moral stain? Moral stain, morals goes into what? The principles of what is right and wrong. The principles of what is right and wrong in behavior and the goodness or badness of human character. Okay? Yes, we have principles. And our principles that we take heed to shows us and reveal to us what is right from what is wrong. Which is what? The book. The book tells us and shows us what is right. The book shows us and tells us what is wrong. And these are our principles that we guide our life by. That's it. We don't guide our lives by American principles.
No.
We don't guide our lives by no other principles but God's, but the principles of God.
That's right.
All right? Now, a person's standard of behavior or belief concerning what is and is not acceptable for them to do. Those are your principles. Okay? Your morals are your ideas about right and wrong, especially how you should act and treat people. Especially of how you should act and treat people. All right? Let's read.
Wherein is blemish or any evil favoredness. But that is an abomination unto the Lord thy God.
Yeah, it's abominable. It's abominable for God. Tom sheet.
If there be found among you within any of thy gates which the Lord thy God giveth thee, man or woman, that hath wrought wickedness,
that has done wickedness in the sight of the Lord thy God.
and transgressing his covenant.
So you mean to tell me wickedness is when we violate and transgress the covenant. When we transgress the covenant, God said you're wicked. What is the covenant? The covenant is the agreement. The covenant is the agreement that God has binded the nation of Israel by. Why did God bind us by such agreement, by such covenant? He said, because of what I did for you. He said, because of what I did for you, O Israel, I done delivered you out of the hand of these Egyptians. And you owe. You owe. So therefore I deal with you in this form, in this manner. Huh? Abraham was my friend. Abraham didn't know he was God's friend because God never told him he was his friend. You got to remember, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. These laws, these books came directly out of the mouth of God.
That's correct.
This first 5. I said these first 5 came directly out the mouth of God. Genesis, Exodus, Numbers, Leviticus, and Deuteronomy. Because when Moses went up in the mountain, Moses is writing. He's recording, writing everything. God putting them on to everything that went down from the beginning to the time that he was in, up to that very same day. Before he went up in that mountain to die. This is why reading these laws has a positive effect on your spirit. Because these are direct words coming out of the mouth of God. So it will have an effect on your spirit. It will begin, you will begin to learn to fear God. You will begin to muffle the pride and get rid of pride that we have in us. Because that's what the effects of reading these laws does. Tom sheet.
Verse 3. And have gone and served other gods and worshipped them, either the sun or
and had gone and served other gods. To go, yalak, means to go or to walk. To go means to follow a certain course to follow a certain course or procedure. Okay? To follow a certain course or procedure. The procedure is a traditional or established way of doing something. This is why when people sit at the table before you eat, they say, wait a minute, don't eat, John. It's not time to eat. He said, let's hold hands. Who's going to say grace? That's not our custom. And that's not the traditional way that Israel eat at the table. You know why? Because in Deuteronomy it says that ye shall eat when you are eating and are full, then you bless. Then you shall bless the Lord thy God. After you done ate and you full, you bless God. God never said to bless God first and then eat. No. The book says, after you done ate and you were full, it said, then get. He said, no, that's something different. Yeah, we said after you had eaten and full, he said, then you bless God. Then you bless the Lord.
That's Deuteronomy 6:4.
Yes. Tom sheet, where you at?
Verse 3.
Read.
And have gone and served other
Gone and
gods.
served other gods. How do you go and serve other gods? You serve other gods by following their traditions. Their traditions, their procedures, their established way of how they do things. So when I follow their things, if I sneeze and you look at me and say, "Gesundheit, bless you," that's not nowhere in the book where our forefathers turned to another man and said, "Bless you, Abraham." Abraham sneezed and Isaac tell him, "Bless you." Don't tell me bless you, and don't look for me to tell you thank you. After you done told me bless me, because we have to follow everything in the book that our forefathers did, because nobody knows it better than Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. Nobody knows it better than Moses, Aaron, and Joshua. Nobody knows it better than Sarah, Rebecca, Leah, Raquel, Deborah, Ruth, Eve. Nobody knows it better than those women and these men that we read here in the book. The woman was even able to go inquire of God and get an answer. Isaac didn't inquire. He wasn't there. Rebecca goes to inquire of God to find out what's going on in her womb. God put her on and told her. He said, one going to be stronger than the other. One going to serve the other. And she remembered what God told her. No. She said, your brother is going out in the field. I need you to go get me a goat. She done went, took a goat and prepared it and made it taste like deer meat. She was a bad motorcycle. Bad motorcycle. Gave it to Jacob. Jacob said, Mama. He said, I can't do this, Mama. He said, if I go to my father, I'm going to look like a deceiver in his eyes. And I'm going to get a curse instead of a blessing. Mama said, she said, son, he said, upon me be thy curse. He said, go and do what I told you to do. So she went, took garments, hairy garments, and put it on him. Go here. He was so hairy. Went inside to his father. Now listen, let's get this right. Esau is Shemitic.
Yes.
Esau is the son of a man that God has chose, which is Isaac. Esau was a black man. He did not come out white. That was the greatest lie ever told to man. Esau was not a white man. The color change came about when certain people migrated into Europe, into the cold region. The hair got thinner, loss of melanin. And that's what took place. Okay? Nobody was born white.
Light-skinned brother with red.
That's it. Tom sheet.
And worship them, either the sun or moon, or any of the hosts of heaven which I have not commanded. And if he told thee.
Wait. Read that again, please.
and had gone and served other gods
and
and
had
worshipped
gone
them,
and served other gods and worshipped them,
either the sun
either the sun,
or moon,
the moon.
or any of the hosts of heaven, which I have not commanded.
They've been had a trinity.
Yeah,
The Trinity
yeah,
is astrology.
that's a
The
strategy.
Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost
The three
goes
in
in
one.
its Trinity, the 3 in 1. But before there was a JC, there was a man named Nimrod. Okay? Nimrod, the story of Nimrod, with a history of Nimrod, they mimic the history of Nimrod. Now you have Yahushai. That's what they call him. They call him Jake. Anytime you hear somebody say Yahushai, it means Jake. Okay? So now, let me explain this now. Nimrod, immaculately, his mother was immaculately conceived by Nimrod. How was she immaculately conceived by Nimrod? Nimrod died, and now mind you, his mother's name is Semiramis. He resurrected to the sun, which gives you the sun god. Semiramis was immaculately conceived through sun rays, the rays of the sun. And then she got pregnant with the godchild called TAMMUZ, who in other words is JC. TAMMUZ is in other words who is JC.
That's what they called them back then.
Okay? So back then they had a JC.
Yeah.
They just had him in a different name.
Different name, he looked at. Yeah.
Different name. Every nation had a JC.
Everyone, that's right.
Assyrians had a Jake.
Yes.
Babylonians had a Jake.
Yes. Yes.
Look.
Yes.
People don't know that Paul, Luke, John, those were all renegade Jews, Israelites. They came up with Christianity. There was regular renegade Jews. Came up in Babylon.
Apostates. Those apostates. Turncoats.
Come sheet.
Verse 4. And it be told thee that thou hast heard of
It
it,
be told thee, and thou hast heard of it,
and inquired diligently,
and inquired diligently.
and behold, it be true.
Wait a minute. Inquire diligently.
Yeah.
You know what that means in the Hebrew? Darasta heitev. Inquire of the good. Inquire of what was done that was right by God. Huh? I want to know who was right. What took place. Huh?
What action was taken.
Go ahead.
And inquire diligently,
Inquire diligently.
and behold, it be true, and the things
Behold,
certain.
now after you done inquired, you can't blame before you inquire.
No.
Before I blame anybody about anything, I must inquire of what happened, for crying out loud.
I already blamed you though.
I gotta inquire what happened. But guess what? Before the inquiry happened, before you inquire, the people or the judge start blaming.
It's you, man.
Start
I already
blaming.
know it's you.
No, man. No, we have to inquire before we blame. Okay? Go ahead, read.
And behold, it be true,
And if it's true after you done the inquisition,
and the thing be certain that such abomination is wrought in Israel, then shalt thou bring forth that man or that woman which have committed that wicked thing unto thy gates, even that man or that woman, and shall stone them with stones till they
and
die.
shall stone them with stones that they die. I ain't never read about a woman getting stoned.
Nah,
Never.
nah.
You know why? Because the woman stayed in her place and she did according to what her man told her to do. She did what according to what her husband did.
That's right.
She didn't do nothing of her own. You know why a woman ain't do nothing of their own? Because they respected the leadership of their husband. When you respect that you have a leader or a husband that can lead you, then you're gonna. It's not nothing about. Oh, I do it. No, that's not that type.
God
You say
commanded
it's not about that.
God commanded
It's
that.
not about that. See, one thing we need to realize is that when you go into a relationship with a man, that you have to learn to respect his input about certain things
Follow that.
and expect that, and that's why you gotta be. That's why you have to be circumspect about what man you choose, because you don't want to be led. You don't want to be led astray.
Right.
Because now, listen, you got to be careful of what type of man you choose, because you could be led astray.
That's correct.
You can be led astray. Huh? You can be led astray. So first of all, that's why you have courting. People court and they talk. People court and they talk to, I gotta learn you. You don't have sex. You learn a person how they is. And you learn that person how that person is. Sometimes we put up a hypocritical front. Sometimes we become hypocrites. Yeah, most of the time. We become hypocrites. Imposter. Until I was watching Martin. And Gina said to Martin, she said, Martin. He said, yeah, babe. He said, I remember when we used to go out and we used to do this, he used to do that, and you ain't the same no more, Martin. He said, baby. He said, that's because I was trying to get the draw. Everybody laughed. Nah, man.
You gotta stay the same, man.
You gotta stay the same way.
Keep her happy.
You gotta stay the
She'll
same
keep
way.
you
You heard that saying? Happy wife,
happy home.
happy life, happy home. My wife is happy.
It's true.
I'm happy when I go home.
Everything's good.
Everything's good. But when my wife is stressed out,
It's off.
everything is off.
Out of order.
Everything is out of order.
It's true.
Thank
It's
you.
true.
She's tight. So now my job is to find out why she's angry. What happened? Is there anything that I can do different to subside this? Why? Because I'm concerned about her. That also is righteousness. You deserve this. Is there anything that I can switch up and change? Elkanah did it. Elkanah went to his wife and said, hey, baby, what's up, man? Don't be stressed out, baby. He said, I'm right here with you, man. Am I better to eat than 10 sons?
Better than 10.
Huh? Am I better to eat than 10 sons? You know how much woman wants the affection and the attention of men, of their man?
Yeah.
That they only show that attention in the beginning. Now they become tyrants. They're animals. Why are you like that? He's a beast. Run! Run for your life. I stayed the same way with my wife.
That's not love.
I was with my woman for 12 years. And every day I rubbed her feet. Sometimes the big toe goes in my mouth. It made me suck your big toe. Big toe's clean though. I make sure it's showered. I make sure I rubbed her feet every day. Every day she wanted a massage. Just call me King Solomon, brother. Call me King Solomon. If you really love King Solomon, you should
understand. You understand.
She laid down. She want her back, bro. Every night she want her back. I like, come here, man. Let me rub your back.
Wait, she ain't even gotta ask.
She ain't gotta ask. Sometimes she ain't gotta ask. I just rub it anyway. We have to remain the same way. The same way you got her. The same way you got her, you got to keep that same thing going.
That's right.
You got to be taught, young man, how to keep a woman.
That's the affection.
Men got to be taught how to keep a woman.
Can't get tired
Because
of
as
each
the
other.
years go on, you can run her away.
Ah,
You can run her away.
that's right.
Because the same way you got her, you ain't keep doing it.
Can't get tired of each other.
Can't get tired.
This is the life.
Can't get tired. We always got to start a little spark here and there.
Spark.
Hey, baby, we ain't doing this in a while. Let's go do this over here. Let's bring a little spark to this. You know what, babe? Let's go to the beach. You know what time we going to the beach? On a hot summer day, 9 o'clock at night. We the only ones on the beach enjoying ourselves. Nobody else is there. Just chilling, enjoying ourselves, man. Let's read.
At the mouth of two witnesses.
At the mouth of two witnesses,
Or three witnesses.
or three witnesses,
Shall he that is worthy of
shall
death
he that is worthy of death be put to death. So you ain't got two witnesses. You only have one witnesses. All you got is speculations.
You got it.
All you got is an intuition, a
A
feeling,
hunch.
huh? A hunch, the brother said. None of that means nothing. None of that means nothing. You ain't got two or more witnesses to establish your matter. Leave it alone.
Leave it alone.
Uh-huh.
Be at the mouth of
Yeah.
one witness, he shall not be put to death.
Uh-huh.
The hands of the witnesses shall be first upon
The
them.
hands of witnesses shall be first upon them. Why? Because you're the one that's coming up with the accusation. You are accusing me of doing this, and the other. And now you done put that poison in this person's head about this person. Huh? You don't put it in the person's head already.
Yeah.
So now the person is looking at you one way. Go ahead, read.
And afterward, the hands of all the people,
Tom sheet.
so shall thou put the evil away from among them.
What verse you at?
Verse 8.
Tom sheet.
If there arise a matter too hard for
If there
thee,
arise a matter too hard for thee in
The
judgment,
between blood and
blood
blood,
and blood,
between flea and flea,
plea and plea,
between stroke and stroke,
stroke and stroke,
being matters of
matters of
controversy
controversy
within thy gates,
within thy gates,
then shalt thou
then
arise,
shalt thou arise
get thee up into
and
the
get
place
thee up into the
which
place.
the Lord thy God shall choose.
What is the place that God chose? Jerusalem. Tom sheet.
And thou shalt come unto the
Come
priests,
into the priests,
the
the
Levites,
Levites,
and
the
unto the
judges,
judge that shall be in those
that shall
days,
be in those days,
and inquire,
and inquire.
and they shall show
And they
thee
shall tell thee,
the
they shall
sentence
show thee the
of
sentence.
judgment.
Uh-huh.
And thou shalt do according
That's
to the
why
sentence.
when you have men in authority that judges a matter, you must judge the matter according to the word of God. Okay? I said you must judge the matter according to the word of God, man. Not according to how I feel, not according to what people say, not according to emotions, not according to your anger, not according to none of that, because none of that counts. These are the things that separate some people. These are the things that cause people not to come to the camp. But why brother so-and-so ain't coming to the camp, man? Some unjust things went down, and I ain't coming back, man. I mean, you're supposed to congregate, but man, the man is being treated unjustly. Go find another camp. Go find another camp.
Yeah,
Don't stay home
That's right.
and justify why you stay home,
That's right.
but go find another camp to go
Right.
to.
That's right.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Go ahead, read.
And thou shalt do according to the sentence
Thou shalt do according to the sentence.
which they of that place which the Most High shall choose shall show thee. And thou shalt observe to do according to all that they inform thee. According to the sentence of the law which they shall teach thee, and according to the judgments which they shall tell thee, thou shalt do. Thou shalt not decline from
Don't
the
decline
sentence
from the sentence
which they shall show
which
thee,
they shall show thee
to the right hand,
to the right hand or
left.
to the left. We're in Deuteronomy 17, verse 12. Time sheet.
And the man that will do
And the man that will do presumptuously. What is presumptuous? Now, in the Hebrew, presumptuous is zadon. Zayin, dalet, kolam, nun. Zadon means insolence, arrogance. All right? Insolent means insulting and contemptuous in speech and conduct, which means your words are insulting. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We got to watch what we say.
Yeah.
Because when I say certain things and voice certain things up on the beamer, I don't know who I insulted amongst my people.
Right.
I could have said something that this man done got it the wrong way and it rubbed him the wrong way. I could have said something that this woman heard and it rubs her the wrong way. My job is not to offend you. That's not my job. That's not your job to offend people with your words, which means we have to be careful of what we say and how we say it. What we say and how we say it, that's consideration. Impudent means disregard for others. Effrontery, insolent or impertinent in behavior. Tamshi.
And the man that will do presumptuously and will not hearken to the priest, that standeth to minister there before the Lord thy God, or unto the judge, even that man shall die.
Even that man shall die.
And thou shalt put away the evil from Israel. And all the people shall hear and fear and do no more presumptuously.
All the people shall hear and fear and do no more presumptuously.
When thou art come unto the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, and shall possess it, and shall dwell therein, and shall say, I will set a king over me like as all the nations that are about me.
And that's our problem. We always desire to be like the nations. We always wanted to be like the people. We didn't want to put no separation between you and people in these nations. We want to be like them. We don't want to be different. Go ahead.
Thou shalt in any wise set him king over thee, whom the Lord thy God shall choose. One from among thy brethren shalt thou set king over thee. Thou mayest not set a stranger over thee, which is not thy brother. But he shall not multiply
horses to himself.
Nor cause the people to return to Egypt.
Cause the people to return to Egypt.
To the end that he should multiply horses. For as much as the Lord has said unto you, you shall henceforth return no more that way.
Don't go back. Don't you ever think that you can go back to Egypt. Don't go back there. I done got you out of there. Don't go back. Read.
Neither shall he multiply wives to himself.
Neither shall he multiply wives. That was the law of the king. The king could not multiply wives. Okay? Go ahead. Why?
That his heart turned not away.
Because by multiplying wives, it's going to turn your heart away. So guess what happened now? These are not your wives. You don't even have a wife, but you have multiple women. And by you multiplying women, first of all, the woman that you're multiplying to yourself don't even serve God. The woman that you're multiplying to yourself don't even serve God. And by me multiplying these women to myself, guess what the effects of multiplying these women to yourself? It turns your heart away from God.
Right.
I said, so what that mean? Right. What do I mean by that? You mean to tell me by me being promiscuous and sleeping around, my heart would turn away from God's laws? Just by me doing these things, my heart would turn away from God?
I've been there.
Go ahead.
Neither shall he greatly multiply to himself silver and gold. And it shall be
when
he sitteth upon the throne of his kingdom, that he shall write him a copy of this law.
He shall write him a copy of this law
in a book.
Out
of that which is before the priest.
The word for copy, right? The word for copy is Mishneh HaTorah, right? Oral repetition, a double of or oral repetition of this law in the book out of that which is before the priest, the Levites. So the only one that had the book of the law was the high priest. The only one that had the book of the law was the high priest. The king had to write him a copy from the high priest.
Everybody don't have it.
Okay? So everybody didn't have a book. That's one thing that I respect with the Jews.
One of my principles.
They go to the rabbi. Anything that they want to find out. By them doing that, everybody stays on one accord. Everybody have like minds. Everybody think the same. But you know when everybody got a book. And everybody look at it differently. Everybody see it different.
Now I got a voice.
Okay? Go ahead.
And it shall be with him, and he shall read therein all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear the Lord
Okay,
his God.
no, I don't have a class where Hebrew is taught. The man that taught me Hebrew was Moreh Hoshea. He passed away. Moreh Hoshea was a man that he came out of the camp Hashaba. And then after Hashaba, he migrated. They opened a camp called Beni Adat. You heard about that camp, Beni Adat. It was on Patchen and Green before it burned down. And now Baruch is running Beni Adat out in Queens. But Moreh Hoshea taught me Hebrew. He came here and he taught us Hebrew. He taught us Hebrew. He taught us Hebrew. Every day he used to come and teach us. Go ahead, read.
That he may learn to fear the Lord his God.
And it shall be with him, and he shall read therein all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear God. So by me reading these laws every day, it will begin to have an effect on my spirit. I will begin to learn how to fear God, which means this is something that we need to learn. This is something that we need to learn, but it don't happen overnight. It doesn't happen overnight. This happened by constant reading every day. Then after a certain amount of time, it will begin to have an effect on your spirit. Tom Sheep.
That he may learn to fear the Lord his God.
That he may learn to fear the Lord his God.
To keep all the words of this law.
To keep all the words of this law.
And these statutes.
And these statutes.
To do them.
To do them. Read.
That his heart be not lifted up above his brethren.
That his heart be not lifted up above his brethren. When your heart is lifted up above your brethren, what is that? That's pride. That's when pride sets in. That's when arrogance sets in. And when your heart is lifted up above your brethren, no one can tell you you're wrong. Not because you're in head or leader means you got to be right with everything.
That's right.
There are some cases where you're wrong at. And you have to be able to acknowledge that I was wrong and I shouldn't went about this situation the way I went about it. I was wrong and I shouldn't have done and moved like this. I was wrong and I shouldn't have said this. Recognize your fault and get better with God. That's why we can't get better with God, because we can't recognize our fault when we're dealing with each other. We can't recognize our fault when we're dealing with each other. So how are you going to recognize your fault with God? You don't have a conscience. True. I said you don't have a conscience. True. You're supposed to feel bad for your faults.
That's right.
Go ahead, read.
That his heart be not lifted up above his brethren, and that he turn not aside from the commandment to the right hand or to the left, to the end that he may prolong his days in his kingdom, he and his children in the midst of Israel.
And with that, I hope everybody has gotten what was bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
And I'm going to close the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mika. Man up.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Giving all due praises to the Most High. Giving all respect to my father, my teacher, and my leader, Chief Eleazar, Ben Dodo, the tribe of Levi. I bid you out of the tongue of our forefathers, Shabbat Shalom. Please rise and repeat after me. And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all his words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto me any graven image,
or any likeness of anything
or any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that is in heaven above,
that is in the earth beneath,
that is in the earth beneath,
that is in the water under the earth.
that is in the water under the earth.
Thou Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve them.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work.
6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work.
But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it thou shalt not do any work.
Thou shalt not do any work.
Thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy
nor
son,
thy daughter,
nor thy daughter,
thy manservant,
thy
nor
manservant,
thy maidservant,
nor thy
nor
maidservant,
thy cattle,
nor thy
nor
cattle,
thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
For 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea and all that in them is,
the sea and all that in the midst,
and rested the seventh day.
and rested the seventh day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land
that the days may be long upon the land
which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit
Thou
adultery.
shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant,
nor his manservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his ox,
nor his ox,
nor his ass,
nor his
or
ass,
anything that is thy neighbor's.
or anything that is of thy neighbor's.
Shabu. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear, but let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God has come to prove you that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. You shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen, in all places where I record my name. I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone, for if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps unto mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Leviticus chapter 17. It's up to the top.
Leviticus chapter 17.
See, the laws, mostly the law, there are certain laws, all don't have the same penalty, but they all have a violation of the commandments. Okay? That doesn't mean one sin is greater than the other. There's no such thing as that. A sin is sin. Iniquity is iniquity. Wrong is wrong. Evil is evil. Wicked is wicked. Right is right. Always remember that. Don't ever get selective with the commandments.
Right.
You know what that means? Yeah, I don't do that. I do this over here. That's being selective. You can't pick and choose. Just keep that in mind at all times. Okay? Time sheet.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto Aaron, unto his sons, and unto all the children of Israel, saying unto them, This is the thing which the Lord had commanded, saying, What man soever there be of the house of Israel that killeth an ox, or a lamb, or goat in the camp, or that killeth it out of the camp.
Now, there's a reason why he's going to take the ox, the lamb, or the goat, right, and kill it. Because this is for sacrifice. This is the procedure when an animal is being sacrificed to the Lord. It don't change.
Right.
The times don't change it.
Right.
The years don't change it. The procedures don't change. And if we hearken, you know what hearken mean? Hearken mean I'm listening with the intent to do what I'm listening to.
Right.
What I'm reading, I have the intent. I intend. I am going to and I will do what I'm reading. That's what hearken means.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
So in order for me to hearken, I have to stay focused. I have to pay attention. Because a lot of times we miss things when we're not focused,
Right.
when we're too hyped, and we're not paying attention.
Right.
That's hearkening, okay? So this is for a person who is going to sacrifice an ox, goat, lamb, okay? And he kills it in the camp or kill it out of the camp. Well, either way, Tamshi.
And bring it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, to offer an offering unto the Lord before the tabernacle of the Lord.
That has to go before the tent of meeting. That's what the tabernacle means.
Right.
The tent of meeting. Before the temple was built in Jerusalem, we were in the wilderness. Before we got in the land, the wilderness was the desert.
Right.
We were in the deserts of Sinai. It's a peninsula. A peninsula is a piece of land that is covered on three sides except one. Okay? So you got all three sides, but this side is still land here. And that's the Sinai Peninsula. And within that Sinai Peninsula is very, very, very hostile. The environment, what we call the weather. I don't say it's bad weather. No weather that God has is bad.
Right.
It's all good. Be glad you see the rain. Be glad you feel the heat and that cold out there. Yeah, it gets extreme, but never call it bad. You got to watch your words, okay? Because the weather is controlled by God, nobody else. All right?
That's right.
My intent is to sacrifice this animal. It has to be brought to the tent of meeting. Right. Now, this tent of meeting, everybody don't go in there. Right. It's not an in and out thing. All right? The priest that is officiating at that moment and at that time, right? He lives there. He cannot leave the grounds. His family lives there too. And there are certain living quarters away from where he officiates. Okay? Remember the Cosby Show? Remember he had an office at the hospital and he had an office where? Downstairs. Remember the Brady Bunch? He had an office downstairs. Because the kids were not allowed to go in there. Because my work and my study is going to be in a different department to my living habitat. That's how it was in the priest quarters. Now, when you bring that animal up, you don't go in there. You don't go in there. There's somebody there. Hey, you're gonna let the priest know you coming. Nothing but priests in there. Okay? And they're gonna let you know, yo, you got somebody here bringing up an offer. And he's gonna come and get the animal from you. And you go home. You don't stand up there. Or there's no seats, there's no waiting area. You go back home. Because God, the priest is going to take it inside and he is going to offer it to God. Tamshi.
Blood shall be imputed unto that man.
No, back up. Verse.
And bring it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation.
Now, don't bring it. We don't bring it. Today, people are sacrificing, and there's no tent, there's nowhere to take it.
Right.
First of all, there is a place for you to take these animals that God chose to place his name. Only where God chose to place his name. I ask a question. Where is the place that God chose to place his name right now? Where is the tent of meeting right now? Where is the temple at right now? Okay, there's the dome of the mosque is over there. The Mosque of Omar is over in Jerusalem. The temple is not there. The Holy of Holies is not there. The offerings, the continual burnt offerings. You know what that means? It never stopped.
That's right.
There is an offering on that altar that does not stop
The
being
continual burnt.
burnt
That's right.
before the
That's right.
Lord. Do you know that's
That's right.
what that is what
That's right.
helped the children of Israel many times.
That's right.
Let me show you the network. Let me show you the network.
That's right.
God is smelling this sweet savor. There's a continual burnt offering. While that's going on, right? Something is happening outside, intruder, whatever, right? The people do what? They start weeping. They say where they were at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, weeping. They prostrated down weeping. Sometimes it got to the point where Moses joined them. And they got down and weep. And God said, man, get up, this, that, and the third. Now, all that weeping and fasting with the continual sacrifice, being continually sacrificed, is a network. Then God smelled the sweet Savior. He said, no way, they calling my name, man. They depending on me, they're crying out. Because look, if I don't help them, they dead. Remember Abraham, we remember his covenant that he got with Abraham. Look, he said, yo, man, it's still my people. Even though they sinned presumptuously. You see what was saving them? We don't have that today. All sacrifices today are demonic. God said, if it is not brought, read.
Killing the poor lamb.
So offer an offering.
Poor lamb, man.
Poor lamb.
Poor goat.
Sacrifice
Poor
of the devil.
ox. Okay?
Sacrifice
And then you're eating of that sacrifice. And then you're eating of that sacrifice.
And then they got blood.
Look, let me tell you something. The one that brings that sacrifice up and then go home, right? He don't get to eat of that. Think about it. This is the procedure. We're going to go into a lot of different laws, even though we can't do sacrifices today, but people are doing it.
They're doing it.
And it's bringing demonic spirits into their camps, into their homes. Time sheet.
To offer an offering unto the Lord before the tabernacle of the Lord. Blood shall be imputed unto that man.
You murdered that animal. That was murder. It's the same as if you killed or slayed a human being, a man or a woman or a child. That animal, that blood that you spilled, because it's not going to be accepted before God. So now it's cursed. It's not accepted. And you got blood on you. You got murder blood on your hands that you got to answer for. Your soul has to answer for that blood. Okay? The only time they killed the animal was to eat the animal or bring it up as an offering to the Lord. That was the service of these animals. And the strength of the oxen and bulls was used to pull the plow machine so they could plant. Because we were agricultural. They didn't have careers and jobs and schools and all of these things we got today. They didn't have hospitals. We really depended on God back then.
That's right. That's right.
Okay?
That's right. The rain didn't
The
come.
rain,
you didn't eat.
if the rain didn't come, something is wrong. Rain is supposed to come now. That's how, because God set it up that way. So we know it's something wrong going on. Because the rain only comes when it is needed for us to grow the crops. It did not flood our crops. In due season means it wasn't out of order.
Right.
It didn't rain
For a week.
It didn't
It didn't rain for
for a whole week.
No.
3-4 days it rained.
That's right.
And then you go on the news, you hear flooding over here.
No, that didn't happen.
Flooding in Brooklyn now.
That didn't happen.
Flooding in places never flooded
That didn't
before.
happen. That didn't
Everything is off.
Everything out of whack.
Don't expect the same procedures. These things was a blessed people, a blessed land by the Creator. The setup was for them to abide by this in the land. And the land won't turn against them because it's commanded by God to accept these people if they live by the commandments. That land is not going to accept anybody living on it, even now. That's why it's so much blood and despair and hostages and people getting blown up. None of them serve God.
That's why, man. That's why.
That's why.
These niggas dying young.
None of them serve God. That's why it's slaughter. That's why it's this. That's why everybody's getting death. That's why nobody want peace. That's why I got attitude and I go out there and kill or be killed or do 25 to life. All of that goes down. This is the curse. It's out. And it's all for the people who don't want to listen.
That's right.
You got to listen. Make yourself listen. Old man Eleazar, they call him. They said, we're going to call you up first. Come here. Because you're the eldest out of everybody. If they see you do it, look. Some they're going to say it's going to turn hearts. And people going to follow. They tried to talk him into eating swine's flesh. Okay? He said, no, I cannot stain my honor that I have in my old age and do something I never did before. Now I'm going to start doing something I never did before. It say, thou shalt not, and thou shalt not. Now you doing it. You got to think about that. And that's why that man said, I can't do it. He said, look, man, there's always a person called a herald, right? That speaks for the king. The king's sitting there like this. You look at the herald and he said, well, look, man, why don't you just eat goat meat? It's not swine. You won't be eating unclean. You got to be happy with you. He said, no, I can't do that. I'm an example, man. I'm an example. There's no way I can do or say or tell you that you can or it's accepted anything that's against God's laws. And that's where he stood. And he died for it. And do you know what? He didn't feel that pain. I'm letting y'all know right now. They got a thing called a wheel. Back then, they got a thing called a wheel. And they put you in here. And they got poles that come out of certain parts. They got a pole right here, and then they got grippers, and they start turning the wheel, and as the wheel turns, the grippers pull, and it dislocate all your joints. It break bones and pop elbows out, pop your shoulders out, pop. All of this is going on, and then now they light a fire up under him, just enough for him to feel the heat, but not get burnt yet. That's what that man went through. All to just break one law. He said, nah, I can't do it. I ain't doing it. You put me on the spot, but I'm going to put you on the spot. What you're doing to me ain't going to break me. That's what he told him. And then it said that the Most High seen what was going on and took that man's pain away. In other books outside of it said that God turned his nervous system off. Once your nervous system is off, you don't feel pain. But God made this nervous system. He made the system. Okay? He said it turned and he didn't feel no pain, man. And it said he didn't go, He said he stood there and they took it. And you know what they did? Before they stripped him, man. They grab their robes and strip them. You want to embarrass me because I don't want to live like you? You're going to have to kill me. It gets to a point, these people have been doing it, living so long, and the 7 sons, their father died, but before their father died, they taught his wife, which is the mother, and the 7 sons, the laws of God. At that time, they was able to read prophecy, the prophecy of Amos. Okay, by that time they had some books to read, and they taught this. He taught his sons that. That's how they were able to have the strength later on to defy death itself for these commandments. So they died for nothing, and we just gonna come here and just blatantly, just presumptuously do them, and these people died for it. So we calling them chumps or something? That's what we do. When I easily go and break a law where these people died not to break that law. Do you understand where I'm coming from? They died for this. It would be dishonorable to all Israelites of this age and this era, okay, to violate the same commands that they died for not to do. I don't even want to come in contact. If I'm not supposed to eat it, you ain't supposed to touch it. Then doesn't that make sense? If it's unclean for me to eat, but it ain't unclean for me to touch. No, it's unclean for me to eat and touch. Look, that's why God didn't say that tree, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, was unclean, but he said it's forbidden for you to eat from. And how else am I going to go to a tree and take the fruit and eat thereof? I have to use my hands and pick whatever fruit it is. Okay? As years go by, more violations of the commandments, you lose whatever was in your head. You don't have that no more. You know that, right? You lose that because you have the knowledge that you're not performing it. Wisdom comes with the performance of the commandments. Action. You're doing it. You're keeping it. You don't forget it. That's how the wisdom comes. That's the help. Performance of the law. You don't get wisdom by anything else. All right? All these people walking around saying that they wise, they are just skilled in a certain knowledge. To be wise is to understand. To understand is to depart from evil. The only way to depart from evil is the commandments of God. And we are reading about people who laid their lives down, okay? Who gave up everything just to prove a point. You want to know what the point is? God didn't give me this commandments for me to get all the way up here and eat that and be your friend. On top of that now, I got to be your friend. Now you cool with me, but God not cool with me no more. Yeah. Who are you? You playing me for a chump. You trying to play me. And whenever I feel like you trying to play me with my God, talk about man. Okay? Yeah, I get that way. I get like Phineas got. That's me. Phineas got mad and he got so upset he wanted to kill in the name of God. And he was able to. And he did it. Not telling anybody to do that now. I'm just letting you know how your spirit, you can feed your spirit with the Spirit of God. You know how? With these commandments. Those commandments is the Spirit of God. Those words are spirits. It came from God. The command. He said, you shall, man. But you got to do it. You already commanded it. You got to complete it now. That's how this goes. Stop shorting yourselves. Stop listening to other Israelites. When they say thou shalt not, don't let them tell you you can. You can do it. No, you can do it out. Because in this part of the Hebrew, it really, the vowel, stop it. Your teacher didn't teach you that. Your teacher's teacher didn't teach you that you could cut your hair. Okay? It didn't start off this. This didn't start that like this. We didn't look like this at the beginning. The first generation of Israelites were hairy men. Nobody touched their eyebrows. Because I see some women touch their eyebrows too. Yeah. You know, if you mess with your eyebrows in any way, form, or fashion, it is worship of dogs. The ancient dog of Egypt. Yeah. Everything that God says stay away from, look, it ain't going to all be listed in here. You know what he's saying? Don't follow them. As you go on in life, you'll see what not to follow. You'll see. Because it's not in the book. Did anybody celebrate their birthdays?
No.
I'm sorry, I'm going verbatim because I got to cover a couple of things before I go back. The celebrations are not the same as the Hebrew celebrations. Does anybody think Abraham celebrated his birthday?
No.
Does anybody think Isaac celebrated his birthday? No. I mean, because it's not written in here, so that's what you're thinking in your head. And it's not okay. People who worship the adversary, their number one holiday, okay, is birthdays.
Talk about it.
Birthdays started with idol worship. Birthdays started with sun worship.
Yeah. Don't make it right because you say it.
The first birthday was to the sun god.
Yeah, talk about it.
And how the sun got a birthday? It wasn't born. It was created.
Talk about it. Talk about it.
We don't say no prayers if the sun is too bright or not too bright or eclipsed or mooned out. There's no prayers for that.
That's right.
Come on, people. Let's get back down to earth where God made us and where put us at.
Yeah.
You're doing too many things like the heathen. And we read it. They follow the heathen. And when you get in the land, you're going to want to follow them. And watch, and why don't you read and see what they follow? They follow the gods of the people round about them. When you follow the gods of the people round about you, you follow traditions, customs, ways, all right? Lifestyle, all right? Of the people who made the rules for that idol. Because the idol ain't make no rules. The people did. Man did. Wicked man. Man who has it in, who doesn't have it in him to even think, hey, you know what? This here ain't just pop up out of nowhere. This is the way the sun come up every day in its course. And that's what one of the prophets says. They say, man, the ungodly don't consider and say, yo, man, this beautiful landscape, instead of me wanting to paint and make a picture of it, and then praise the same things I made a picture of, he said, no, there's something bigger than this stuff I'm seeing here. My heart has been beating since I came out my mother's womb, and it's still beating. This motor, this engine has been going on for 52 years. There is a God. His name is the Creator. Nobody thinks like that. There is no Mother Nature.
Okay.
They like to push God out and either put the devil or a woman there.
Damn, Mother Nature.
Yeah.
Who is
There's no
she?
such thing as Mother Nature.
Ain't no such thing.
You know who that is? Lilith. That's that same Lilith that they call a demon that they said Adam was with. He had her, and then all that is, you know where that come from? Judaism. Jewish people made these stories up. Folklore. Thank you, Iman. Folklore. Lore. You know what lore means? Lore. Stories that are made up that are not true. To fill in the questions that were not detailed. Okay? And people want to go by that more than thou shalt not.
Right.
She shall not say, and they tell y'all every week. These first 5 books, the words come out the mouth of God. Stop doubting what you read.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stop doubting what you read, man.
Right.
God said Abraham did this, he did that. That's what God said he did, and that's it. That's it. You think too much of yourselves to criticize, O Israel. You know what that means? You got too much pride in you. Because everything is, you want to judge everything. I don't know, but everything that you picky on and you selective on and want to be like that on is right.
Yeah.
You got to look at it. That's just it. These people, this person, those people, they only jump on the things that are wrong. For some reason, They got keen insight for the wrong things.
You're right.
For some reason, I got an ear and I can pay attention more for evilness. For some reason, I got an ear for war, death, strife, noise, chaos.
Yeah.
What's wrong with us?
Right.
We ain't the children of God, man. We worse than them. That's what my Abba used to say, man. He said, look, Israelites. He said, that's why I don't like because I tell them about themselves. He said, Israelites. He said, they worse than the heathen because you know God and you know better and you don't do better. And you stand up here popping a lot of junk and looking down on other Israelites that do more Lord than you and serious with it.
Yeah.
You could learn from a brother.
Right.
You could learn from a sister.
Right.
Stop being so stubborn.
Right.
I bet you hear it on the internet, you believe it.
Right.
That's y'all new God.
Right.
Y'all know that, right?
Yeah.
It's only to be used for a purpose. But y'all a little too social media wise with this.
Yeah.
That's why I don't be on the chat. The chat is good, but don't get carried away on that chat either. Pay attention. Because sometimes I see people be in the chat, they miss what Chief Shaman said. They miss what Chief Mikael said. They miss what Prince of Paul said over there. When I'm watching, and I see the chat, and there be too much going on sometimes. Let's just be careful, because it's the Shabbat. You can't have your conversation just go crazy. Sometimes we catch ourselves.
Yeah.
So don't get mad when we catch you. Y'all couldn't make it in Benin. Y'all couldn't make it in Benin, the first Hashaba. Y'all couldn't make it in none of them.
Nope.
Men or woman wouldn't make it.
Right.
No. First, you got to pass a test. Men and women. And we got some for the kids, too. Nobody do that no more. But for popularity. If you got a song about the Most High, not today. Not today. You got a hip hop song, a rap song, not today. What if I say close the book and I start spitting? I'm a spitter. I spit. I rhyme. All my life I rhyme. I write, freestyle, all that, but I don't mix that with the Most High.
It don't.
Y'all don't understand.
It don't mix. That's
Okay?
folly.
Let me show y'all something.
That's folly.
I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna show y'all why it's folly and it's wickedness.
Folly.
In the church, especially in the church, Christianity, in religion. They take a lot of songs that you hear on the radio and remix it, and they put their God's name in it and worship their God like that. That is how the heathen, we cannot worship the Lord the way the heathen worship God.
Facts.
You cannot take rap songs, R&B songs, old school songs, your songs,
The
make up a song.
stylistics.
You can't do none of that.
The stylistics.
Okay?
Put God
Temptations to Jay-Z. You
Put God
can't switch it up and put God's name in it
Talk that.
and worship him. Because first of all, it's a song that was firstly created by a heathen.
Devil worshipers.
This is how the people worship their gods. Y'all understand that, man? But we're different. Y'all don't know how different you're supposed to be. Term sheet.
Yeah. Talk about it.
To the end that the children of Israel may bring their sacrifices, which they offer in the open field, even that they may bring them unto the Lord, unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, unto the priest.
God ain't going to leave it up to y'all, okay, to do your own sacrifices. You get that now? Because that's what I'm getting. That's what I'm getting. He's telling me, look, sacrifices to do, but this is how you do it. You got to bring it here. First, I tell you the place where you bring it. Then I tell you the man who's going to be the priest, okay? And then I tell you the animals that are only being brought. This is a procedure, okay? Time sheet.
And offer them for a peace offering unto the Lord. And the priest shall sprinkle the blood upon the altar of the Lord.
Okay, now listen to what's done with the blood in this sacrifice. The sacrifices of God are not rituals. Rituals are the procedures and ceremonies of the ungodly in worship to the devil, to the dead, and themselves. That's what it is. So I don't use the word ritual. They didn't use the word ritual. He said it's just a sacrifice. And then they had names: burnt offering sacrifice, sin offering sacrifice, trespass offering sacrifice, peace offering, and so on and so on. They are not rituals. Okay? These are not scriptures. Okay? The word scripture didn't come along until after the Old Testament was introduced. And then they were put together and called the Holy Scriptures. But this is called the Torah, the law, the New Testament, I mean. Okay? This is the Torah, instructions, law. That's what it is. It's not scriptures. Okay? Scriptures are writings that were made by ghosts. You know why I say ghosts? Because in the New Testament, look. Those people in there didn't exist. They're a revamped story of Nimrod. Everybody has a story of JC on the cross. Before it was white, before he was black. Then he was Chinese. He was an Indian also. This guy got all over the place. Everybody got him strung up. And they got the whole world believing this. Don't you?
And the priest shall sprinkle the blood upon the altar of the Lord at the door of the tabernacle.
So the altar, you got to have an altar to do the sacrifice. And the priest is the one that does it. Not just any guy. Hey, Brother Jonathan, man, he got a lamb in the back. Brother Jonathan is cursed. That lamb is cursed. Everybody who's there that attends. He said, man, who was there? Not me. Then you didn't attend. That's the attendance means who is present. John here, Sarah here, Sally here, attendance. You get cards sent home because you wasn't in attendance. Right or wrong? It's the same thing. You can't be there and say, well, I'm not partaking of nothing. You're there. You might as well.
Yeah.
What you doing there? This celebration is not of Leviticus 23. If it's not in Leviticus 23, you violate.
Yeah.
I challenge anybody on that. You violating, man.
Yeah.
Leviticus 23 are the only days that God tell us the days for us to be happy and get together.
That's right.
Stop telling these people the wrong thing, man.
Right.
Because those that know.
That's right.
Those that know.
That's right.
Stop playing. Because it's one thing now when you presumptuously dishonor God and his commandments, right? But then you got people following you. You become like Manasseh, you know that, right? You cause Israel to what? To sin.
Transgress.
Two people had that mark on them. Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, he caused Israel to sin. How he caused Israel to sin? He made a new feast that God did not proclaim. That's what. He said, you know what? You know, because of my personal problem with that brother over there in Jerusalem, the other king. Because of my personal problem with him, and I want the people to stay here with me. I want all the people here. Because all the people here, I got all the money, prestige. I'm the big shot. I'm popular. You know what I'm saying? That's what the title is about nowadays. That's what they was doing back then. I can't let them go over there because they're supposed, God commanded them to go to Jerusalem for 3 times a year. All males shall appear before Jerusalem and not empty. That is a command. That Jeroboam stopped them from going by building cities called fortress cities. You know what they were made to? To block you to go and serve God. That's why you read about Tobit that had to sneak and go down there. He still made it. but that Tirzah, Milo, you heard of these places? They were built to stop everybody from pilgriming 3 times a year. Now, when those days come, Jeroboam made new days, okay, to substitute what God gave them. He said, man, this is all right, on the 14th day of the 7th month, or look, on the 14th day of the 8th month, he proclaimed a new feast. And that feast was calf worship, the same calf that was at the foot of Mount Sinai. He made 2 of them this time. One all the way down to Dan, and one over by Beersheba. You know why? That way, if you're too far from one, right? You're not too far from the other one. You live on that side, you can go to that one. You can go to the idol. The idol is big. Like these statues, what we call statues, those are idols.
From Dan to Beersheba.
From Dan to Beersheba. Okay? Those are all these things. The Statue of Liberty, that's the idol of liberty. That's really what it is. It's an idol. It's an image. God said he hates these things.
Yeah.
Why we love him so much.
Yeah.
Man said his house is holy, but he got a house of gods in his house. But he said he was holy. Okay? You know what the gods was in his house? The pictures of whoever and whatever. Statues. Okay? Listen, man. God said he hates stuff, and we run to it, man. Our psyche is messed up. Come shoot.
And burn the fat for a sweet savior unto the Lord. And they shall no more offer their sacrifices unto devils.
Okay, so this sacrifice here, right? They keep the fat and they burn that for a sweet savior unto the Lord. Did you ever smell something and you love the smell of it?
Yeah.
It makes you feel good.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's what happens. God smelled the fat.
Yeah.
And he tell us,
It's a soothing
he
smell.
tell us, yo, I like how that smells, so don't eat it.
It's a soothing smell.
How you gonna eat something that's supposed to get burned?
That appeases the anger.
And it makes it look, no matter how I get mad, for some reason I can't get mad when I smell this. I can't get mad.
It appeases his anger.
We got the same traits as God. Certain things. And it tastes good. Look, that tastes good. We're not gonna sit here and mess around.
That's why they're gonna have it during the break right
Look,
now.
it smells good. If you walk past anywhere where fat is being burnt, they're gonna be cooked. It's not meat you smell it. You smell fat.
That's why it's on the table for break right
God
now.
said, leave it alone. That's mine. I like the smell. He smells it.
Yeah.
And it's something about it. Hey, man, you know, all right. He calms his anger down. For some reason, he can't get too mad with that smell. People are eating it. Now, if it's a sacrifice, if it's a Passover sacrifice, where's the fat burning? I need to see a mock tabernacle. I need to, at least I can say, all right, they bugged out, but at least they tried to do it all the way. But you're not. You're doing it the way you want to do it.
Yeah.
You're doing it, you're killing it out or in the field, in an open field to your choosing, like God just said. He said, bring it here, lest they do it out in the open field. You know what's going to happen? Everybody's going to sacrifice the way they want to. The same way everybody read the book and see what they want to see. Everybody do the commandments how they want, when they want. One day, you do what for 5 months, you shop out, you hit, boom, 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 boom. And then for 2 months, you don't go to no camp. You're not around, you nowhere. There's a lot of vacations going on.
It's the blood, Chief.
He said, it's the blood, Chief. Look, when you do things to cut you off, you cannot excel.
Yeah.
You can't jump to another law and say, okay, now let me start doing this. You're going to start to go right back because you're cut off. because you dishonor your father.
Yeah.
Why are you stepping to your father?
Yeah.
Why do you want to beat your father up?
Yeah.
Why do you want to smack your mother?
Yeah.
You want God to really deal with you personally, huh?
Can be done.
You know that, right? He's gonna deal with you personally. Okay. Yeah. You have some children, okay, you give them a hard time, you don't listen. Some a little people, they get back in line. But you like this with your father?
Mm-hmm.
You want to do this to your father?
Mm-hmm.
Yo, let me tell you something. Look, the most ungodly dude in the planet ain't having it from his son or his daughter. How about that? How about that?
Yeah.
The most ungodly dude ain't having that. Look, everybody pop junk to me, but not you. Not you. Not you. You are commanded not to be that way with me.
Yeah.
How you love God so much and you look at your mother or your father like dirt, or your grandma and your grandfather. Yo, these laws also keep families together too. Because you can't keep grudges too long. So when I'm not gonna. Oh well, I ain't speaking to my uncle for 3 months. I ain't speaking to my aunt in 3 months. That's your father's brother, your mother's brother. Y'all better stop playing, man. We get mad at each other.
It helps me fierce.
We annoy each other. That's what families do. We're the closest ones to each other. So sometimes it's, oh man, you're annoying me. Get on. Look, I see the twins mess with each other. They bother each other. Soraya and Noah. 1 minute Noah bothering Soraya. Leave me alone, Noah. Leave me alone. But they don't hate each other, and they're not gonna do things to show hate. But we do. And they learn it watching us.
And then our parents promote it.
And then now you got sophisticated Israelite parents
Promote it.
right? That let their children do anything.
Yeah, talk about it.
I know heathens that discipline and keep their children in line. I don't care if they're like this. I don't care if they're like this. Because look, if I can't keep you in line, you don't need to live. And I gave it up to my Imam Abba. You won't give it up to me.
Yeah, talk about it.
That's how I do it.
Talk about it.
If I humble and I did the right thing, everybody gonna do the right
That's
thing.
right. Talk about it.
Because the only person doing the right thing is Chief Shama. He gonna be a victim.
That's right.
He gonna get food last. He gonna get all the good stuff last. Because he's a good guy, because he followed God. You see that? It ain't supposed to be that way, man. It ain't supposed to be that way.
Yeah. Talk
Look,
about it. Talk about
look.
it. Talk about it.
My parents' siblings, right? That's your auntie, your uncles, your next of kin, right?
Talk about it.
They would die for you, man.
Yeah, talk about it.
They would die for you the same way they would die for your own kids.
Talk about it.
So give it up, man. Give that up too, man.
Die for your parents.
They would die for. Look. Remember,
Talk about
my nephew or my niece means you're the children of my brother or sister. Stop playing. Stop playing.
Talk about it, man. Talk about it.
Look, and my children ain't disrespecting none of my brothers and sisters.
Talk about it, man. Mine's Negro.
And they grown right now. They ain't doing it. Right or wrong?
Mine's Negro.
Y'all right or wrong?
Absolutely.
They're not doing that.
Mine's Negro.
They're not coming out their pocket. And they don't got balked on. They, I feel it ain't fair. Okay, so what?
And what I tell them? So what? Stay in your place.
So what? Look. Some I don't even come tell me nothing.
Yeah.
Your uncle said, chill.
Talk
He
about
said,
it.
shut up.
Gee.
I play with you, but then I said, hey man, you going too far. You going too far.
Talk about it, man.
Niece, you're my daughter. You're my niece, you're my daughter.
Talk about it, man.
I love you as my daughter. Do you know what would happen to somebody out there if they mess with you? Do you know what I would do? Let's consider the love, man.
Come on, man.
There is a structure in family, man. There is an older generation that's always going to be there. That got to be given up, man.
Talk that, Nick.
That got to be given up. What you think? Our orders, we made up all our orders? Our orders come from God, Abba, and Imam. Everything that we say cannot be done or done here come from God, Imam, and Abba. Gotta respect that, man. I don't like it. Aversion, right? Aversion. Aversion, and is that a good thing or bad thing? That's a bad thing before God. Meaning, I'm avoiding it. After a while, I'm saying, nah, man, let me start. Yo, come here, man. Come here, man. Brothers, sisters going at it. Come on, man. When we show other people that's not blood kin, more love than that. God don't like this. He said it's unity of brethren. So guess, if it's unity of brethren, what about the family?
What you talking about?
Certain people here, they wouldn't frown on it.
Hey, Chief Miguel,
You wouldn't be acting like this.
what are you talking about?
Right or wrong?
Yeah.
You wouldn't be acting like this. You wouldn't have said what you said.
Come on, man.
You wouldn't have did what you did. So this is the real you now?
Come on, man.
I thought blood is supposed to be thicker than water.
Come on, man.
The commandments, look, if you follow the commandments, that's blood is definitely thicker than water. Because now look, I got limitations. I'm not gonna take it and do things to you to show, and you're not gonna do that to me. And like I said, we all disagree and some get on each other's nerves, but for months, there's a version. Nobody's speaking for months. We gotta cut that out. That gotta get cut out. That's a childish act. You know when a child can't have their way.
Come on, man. Yeah.
They ain't want to talk to nobody.
Yeah, talk that.
Then that's how we look, man.
Yeah, talk that.
Especially if you have elders over you.
You better stay in your place.
Y'all young ones, stay in y'all place,
You better stay
man.
in your
Y'all need to
place.
learn. Sometimes y'all need to get barked on for nothing.
You better stay in your
Yeah,
place.
you need to get scolded at for nothing.
Yeah.
Test your humbleness.
Yeah, you better stay in your.
Let me see if you're going to take it. You know what I'm saying? That's what God do. Job was tested. He didn't know he was tested. And he was a very good man before God. He hated evil, and he kept his integrity.
Come on, man.
He didn't break, he didn't fold, but he was being tested.
Yeah, talk that. Hear it. Say it again, Carl. Hear it.
He said, they shall no more offer sacrifices unto devils, after whom they have gone a whoring. They have been chasing after, look, children of Israel. Look, it wasn't just an idol, you know. After a while, it was the real thing. Y'all know that, right? Y'all know that, right? You know what I mean by the real thing, right? Look, Manasseh went past idols. He went past the stars and all that and went into necromancy and all that weird, okay, demonic stuff, okay? He went into it further than Ahab. The results, we didn't get to read the result. The result wasn't put in there. The Mahaba told me, he said, yo, all that stuff Manasseh was doing, yo, he got more than an evil spirit from the Lord on him. You're invoking devils. He said, they shall no more offer their sacrifices unto devils. Meaning, if they don't do this correctly, the way I told them to do it, you're automatically sacrificing the devils.
Facts.
Let's move on. This shall be a statue. And candles. Candles is no good. Anywhere where you read in the Old Testament and it say candles, when you look at the Hebrew, it's going to say lamps. They used oil lamps. We didn't use candles. I was with my Iman in the supermarket the other day. I said, Iman, look at all the candles here. I said, look, most of the candles got Jakey Jake on it.
Yeah.
Got Jakey Jake. Look.
It's like that's a natural thing.
You get all the candles in the world, most 99% of them got Jake on it.
Jake on them. Why?
Right? The rest of them got Indians on it. And it says, for blessing the house.
Yeah.
Some don't have nothing on it. But read it. Read them. The incense. Even the incense. They use it to bless the house. Not really for a good to, you know, regular people put those incense up there for aroma or to get rid of another aroma. Right or wrong? Put your incense on the smoke and put some sense in, right? It's not, they don't put it up to bless their house, but that was the real reason why devil worshippers use incense. To mimic God in the temple. To mimic God. Okay? Matan was a priest of Baal. and they wore certain garments that were forbidden.
That's right.
He said, bring me the vestments of Bill. Well, I call him Bill. I don't like saying their names. God said don't say that. Don't even say their name, because it's like you acknowledging that this thing is real.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
So you know what that mean? You know what that mean, right? Don't give it no energy. Don't give it no attention. It don't even got a name. So we make up other names. We make up names. Look. The people in the book were still smart. Look. Baal only means master. The real name, they didn't put it in there. They did, because they said we may not make, look, you couldn't make mention of God's name. You have to leave that realm alone. Because the reason why you couldn't mention God's name, because his name is not holy, most holy. To the point where you don't need to say his name by anybody saying his name. One time, I say it one time, you say it one time, it's being repeated. It is not to be said. That's how holy it's supposed to be. They call it the incommunicable name, meaning we don't communicate with God by that name. That's why they called it that. We call it Hashem, the name. Hashem means the name. El Shaddai, El Gibor. Those are the attributes. Okay? I don't call him Johnny. That's my father. Johnny is my father. What do I call him? Pop, Dad, Abba, Abi, right? Attributes, titles, and attributes that are accredited to my father, or say my father, or father. But I don't say Johnny. Do y'all get it?
Get it.
We're not supposed to be like them. Okay? But Israelites want to be like the nation so much.
Bad.
It ain't all that bad, man.
Bad.
What do you mean? God frowned on it, man.
God frowned on it. That's right.
What are you reading? How come you read everything else and understand it? When you read this book, you don't get it.
Cut, bro.
Something's going on.
Kata.
Yo, stop eating your meat with the blood. Stop eating your meat with the fat. Stop cutting your hair. Stop violating the Shabbat. Stop committing adultery.
Yeah.
Stop shedding blood.
Yeah.
I could go on.
Yeah.
These are the things that got you bug out.
That's right.
Everybody, man. Israel wasn't like this, man. Not the state that it's in. The stuff that I hear Israelites say, I hear the heathens say. That means you thinking like them.
That's right.
You look at the same views of certain situations like them.
That's right.
They supposed to be following you at least. That's what I was always saying. No, man, let them follow you. You don't see nobody coming here talking about, let me wrap that around my head and look like that. Let me wear that turban.
Facts.
And they never will. Don't expect them to. That's not how it goes. The ones that follow is us. That's why we have those commandments to keep us from following. Because they not following God. They are going to die not following God. Do y'all understand that? Most people in the world, 99.99999% are going to the pit. They are going to die ungodly.
That's right. That's right.
Time sheet.
And thou shalt say unto them, whatsoever man there be of the house of Israel, or of the strangers, which sojourn among you, that offer a burnt offering or sacrifice, and bring it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, to offer it unto the Lord, even that man shall be cut off from among his people.
Cut off. Right? So now people sacrificing today, right? And the first sign of you cut off, after you sacrifice that poor goat, that poor lamb, you ain't even kill it right. So I'm going to show you. God's going to tell us how to make the kill. Okay? You eat with the blood and the fat.
Yeah.
You eat the cursed animal. That meat is cursed now.
It's cursed.
Right? And then you eat with the blood and the fat. See, cut off. That's how quick it comes. Ain't no thing about I messed up here and then I get cut off down the line. No. You're gonna mess up. Punish you 7 times more for your sins. So each time you sin, it's like 7 sins. Because you're gonna actually violate right after that.
Yeah.
Tom shoot.
Killing the poor land.
And whatsoever man there be of the house of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn among them, that eat any manner of blood.
So
I will.
So ho. He said, whatsoever man there be of the house of Israel, or of the strangers, that's even the stranger, you sojourn with us, you follow these commandments like us, you can't come and bring your own food up in here. The stranger is the one that is not a Hebrew born. He wasn't born as an Israelite under Jacob's descendants. He was born a Babylonian or Assyrian or whatever other nation. And he chose to, very honorable. He chose, he said, well, you know what? I choose this God. I choose God, the true and living God. I'm going to drop what my parents taught me. I'm going to drop what my parents taught me. And I know I'm going to hear it from them. That's the sacrifice. You ain't got to burn no lamb. That's just your first sacrifice. Because it's going to be, you're going to go through it. Cousins ain't going to speak to you no more. You used to go out with them. Right on.
Yeah.
The bond ain't going to be there no more. But guess what? God going to look at you, man or woman. Yo, he respects that. God respects that. That's why he said don't treat them a certain way. Okay? That's why you don't treat a person no ill-advised way when they are lighter or darker than you. How about that?
Right.
How about that one?
That's right.
I had to tell her. Isha that I was with, she was a Spanish, she was a Boricua. Okay? All right? I like Boricuas. Okay?
Me too, brother.
My family is of Spanish descent. Okay? And Israelites are hateful against anyone in their skin color. I don't know why. Right? But when you get to send a woman that come from another nation that turned down her God and serve and following you to serve the true and living God, leave her alone, man. Leave that man alone. Stop throwing arrows.
Yeah.
Brothers need to stay within the nation. And first of all, why don't you go get you a virgin?
Word.
How about that?
Word.
Stop having bastards.
Word.
Why don't you marry who you going into and having babies with? Because all your big head kids are bastards. How about that? Yeah. When you're not married and you have kids, those kids are bastards.
That's right.
When a woman is raped, see, that's why we don't condone the raping and the beating. They didn't have to do that. They said when you go out and you go to war and you find a woman, you're going to see a woman. He said, you know what? I want her. She's pretty as hell. She's a Boricua. Come here. Come here. He said, now you know what you got to do, though, right? First thing that she got to do. You got to bring her to your house. You got to have a house. Aki, my brother, young man, husband, God, ruler, chief, prince, leader. You got to have a house.
Most of us don't have that.
Look, I even tell the heathens out there, yo, you know what that's happening? It's not your house. It's not your house. When a man, look, whatever house it is, you're going to see the authority.
Unless you're a silverback.
You know, that's a different story. You know what I mean?
That's a different story.
You know, silverback and front. Different story. Different story. But look. And you got some aggressive females too. Yeah, you got some. You got not all brothers are aggressive.
Facts.
I know a lot of brothers that he's not aggressive, but his woman is loud. And she got and I'm like, hey, is this an Israelite?
This a daughter of
This is a daughter of Zion, man. The behavior is atrocious. Look. If we stay in our lane, y'all definitely gotta stay in your lane. Stop trying to correct your husband. Stop trying to correct your husband, your ish. Stop it. He knows.
Yeah.
He knows. He was made in the image of God.
Say it again.
He was made in the image of God. Man was made in the image of God. Woman was made from the rib. Let's work together. Be my rib, I'll be your body. Let's go. Let's go. You can't be the rib on your own.
Right.
And this body need a rib. Now let's get together and make kids that's going to serve God. That's what they did. Their whole goal was, man, I love her and I want to serve God with her. Yeah, I want to serve God with him. And look, I don't care what happens. There is no breaking up. There is no breaking up. No breaking up.
That's right.
Even the heathens say to death do us part. And they get broken up. And here's no breaking up with Israel.
Right.
Look. Be careful. Don't be so quick to jump in the bed because you might have jumped in the bed with the wrong brother or sister.
Yeah.
That's why it happens like that.
That's why.
Take some time.
Facts.
Why you want to grow up and have a husband so quick?
Facts.
Take some time. You got more to learn. You're not dressing correctly. You're walking around with splits in your simla. You got a simla on, but it splits. Mean one too. I can see the back of the thigh. I'm not supposed to see these things. It's a turn on. That's why, look, even her arms is what? Nakedness. A woman's arms are nakedness. That's why you see they cover up everything. Now you got the jeans. It's like this. It's like this. You can see my leg, right? You see this? I'm not supposed to see this. Okay? I'm going to demonstrate on myself. I'm not supposed to see this with the split. You can see my leg. And look. When I'm walking, you'll see my thigh muscle. You will see my thigh muscle. I'm not supposed to see that, sisters. We're looking at my e-shot. Well, why don't you dress her correctly? And you dress correctly too.
Yeah.
Dress the kids correctly.
Yeah.
Right or wrong?
Yeah.
Let's get this cracking, man. Let's get this shaking, man.
Mama used to say,
Take your time. Take your time. Isaac didn't get married till he was 40. We rushed.
Right.
We rushed. Being little whoremongers and whores.
Right.
Now I regret it.
Yeah.
Can't turn it back.
Yeah.
So now I gotta ask God for forgiveness.
Yeah.
You see the guilty spirit?
Yeah.
Because of all that stuff, I got a lot of stuff to keep constantly asking for forgiveness. That's the contrite spirit. Hey man.
Big time.
Hey man. Yo, that day, man. What he said? He said, yo, man, that day, man, when that happened in the store, he said, come on, Pinky, man, that's over with, man. He said, nah, man. I'm sorry, man. And that was a movie I saw that in. But every time he saw Ice Cube, he bugged him about the first time they met, which wasn't good. And he said, come on, man, I forgot about that, man. Esau. They say Esau is this, Esau is that. Esau didn't hold a grudge against Jacob. At first, he was tight.
Yeah.
He said, yo, for some reason, this guy's always cutthroat to me, man. For some reason, he said, yo, wait a minute. I'm starting to put it together. Got my birthright. See what he after? He was after the blessing the whole time. See, remember the birthright has a lot to do with that situation that went down. Mm-hmm. Has a lot to do. The birthright, that's how she was able to say, oh, wow, yo, your brother is about to happen now. She knew when it was going to happen. She knew when he was going to get that blessing. That's why she did that. Time she.
I will even set my face against that soul that eat blood, and will cut him off from among his people.
You're still alive, but God got his face set against you. God got his face set against everybody that eat blood.
All bloody.
All right? So take it how you want. Time she.
For the life of the flesh is in the blood.
Now, and he's explaining to you why you shouldn't eat it. God ain't got to explain nothing to you, man. Listen to me. God ain't got to explain nothing to you. Your mother ain't got to explain nothing to you. Your father ain't got to explain nothing to you. You understand that part?
Yeah.
You really don't need. Abraham didn't get no explanation. He didn't ask for one. So who are you? Ain't he the top patriarch? Everybody came from him, right? He the one set it off, right? So if it's good for him, it should be good for you. You don't need no proof when it comes to God. Do what he say.
That's right.
Do what he say. That shows blind loyalty. Now God know he could trust you.
Yeah.
Because he ain't even going to question. No. It sounds crazy to you, but it don't sound crazy to him. The one that served God, it don't sound crazy to him. The one that served God, my Abba not bugging on me.
Yeah.
My Ima not bugging on me. It don't sound crazy to me. Y'all gotta watch yourself, man. Talk shit.
For the life of the flesh is in the blood, and I have given it
The
to
life
you.
of the flesh. This is the flesh, right?
Yeah.
The meat, right? The skin, the bones, everything. I got this. God breathed the spirit of life into me. I got a spirit in me, right? Now, for the connection, the spirit and the body to have that connection, the blood. Because the life is in there. Okay, the vitals of life, of your physicality is in the blood. That's the juice that you need. When you get cut, you get shot, you bleed out, you lose enough blood, what happened? You die. Your spirit leaving that body is too damaged. The setup ain't there. So when you eat blood, he said, for the life of the flesh is in the blood. That's why he said, don't eat it.
Facts. Talk about
Because the life that I gave you guys is in your blood. It's in that animal's blood.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do with it but get rid of it. That's what God is saying. There is nothing you can do with that blood but get rid of it. Because the life of the flesh is in the blood. And God is speaking. He said, I gave you that. All right? Upon the altar. Where's your altar today? Where's your altar? Okay, I got another question that just came to my head. The sister, supposed to be a virgin, when she get married and have sex and have married, that first time, where is her tokens of virginity? I don't hear nobody in Israel got their tokens of virginity. You know what that is? The sheet, okay, that you wore, which is called a robe, is used as a sheet at that moment. She don't come up out of it. All she do is lift it up. In Jamaica, they said a frock. You lift up your frock. You lift up your skirt. You lift up your underwear and let a man in. Okay? They didn't take the old Jamaica. They didn't take all their clothes. That the total nude stuff is grease. Y'all know that, right?
Yeah.
Y'all know that, right? I'm going to show y'all. Laban was supposed to give Raquel to Jacob, right? That was the deal, right? Okay. He worked. Went to the wedding night. There's a special tent on wedding night. It's not around no other tent. Okay? And that's where you go to consummate the marriage. Okay? That's where we go and make a baby. And the marriage is complete and validated before God and man. Everybody respect that. Okay? You go up in there. When he's done, right? He gets up and go. She got that similar oil. She got to take that off. Wrap it up. You know who she give that to? That robe with the blood of her virginity on it. She gives it to who? Chief Abraham. Her Abba, her father. If your father's not around, there's no Abba around, or he died, you give it to your imam. You give it to who's in charge of you. Sometimes it's your brother. Sometimes we're all orphans, and it's just us here, but I'm holding my brothers and sisters down. Okay? We decide, look, the brothers have a lot to do deciding who their sister marry. Y'all don't know that?
Yeah.
Why do you think Jacob said, "Go, I'm waiting for my sons to pull up"? He could have made that decision, right? Huh? And look, they didn't come empty-handed either. I want a sister, and she just happened to have a bunch of brothers. Okay? I got to show them that I love their sister by showing them love.
That's a fact.
There was no such thing as me not getting along with my father-in-law or my mother-in-law. Okay? Now, let's say, but you got mother-in-laws and father-in-laws that don't like, you know why? Because I don't want you to marry out of your kind. I wanted you to marry John. You went and married Tyrone. See the power of the man, of the father and mother, the in-laws? They have a right to not like you. You married to their daughter or their son. It happens. In Israel, that don't happen. You know why? Because it's everybody's agreed on what's going. This is all pre-arranged. Look. She's not experienced. You know what that means? She's a virgin. That means I'm going to be the only man she knows. You know what that means? She's going to have a type of character on her. I ain't going to have to beat her. I ain't going to want to go drink and complain about it. And look, and she can't wait for me to come home. That's how it's supposed to be. Isaac saw Rebecca. Look, it was like love at first sight when he saw her. That's for me? Y'all don't know what a valuable thing that is? Isaac was a virgin too, you know. It wasn't just her. Isaac was a virgin too. It's okay to be a virgin. It's better to stay a virgin as long as you can.
Man and woman.
It's the best, man and woman. Tongue shoot.
But it's the blood that maketh atonement for the soul.
Okay, so he said the blood has the life of it. The blood has the life of the flesh in it. And he said he given it to you on the altar to make an atonement for you. So the atonement is something that wasn't detailed. It doesn't tell you exactly what he did with the blood. Okay? He just said he's going to make an atonement with it for you. Okay? And tells you.
Therefore I said unto the children of Israel.
He said, therefore, because of this, you can't eat blood. No soul of you,
no soul of you shall eat blood. Neither shall any stranger that sojourneth among you eat blood. And whatsoever man there be of the children of Israel, or the stranger that sojourn among you.
All right. Let's pay attention to this one here. It said, whatsoever man there be of the children of Israel, of the strangers that sojourn among you, hunted, which hunted. Now this is for when you go hunting, okay? Which hunted and catch it, any beast or fowl. That's a bird, right? That's what it said in Hebrew, right? It said fowl, bird,
yes.
right? So there were birds that they were able to hunt and catch, and what? That may be eaten. Do y'all get that part? There were birds out there, but it doesn't say, it doesn't specify what clean birds were that they were able to go and hunt and catch.
Oh, so it's not specified.
It's not specified.
Okay.
Okay? But they knew at the time.
They knew.
Okay, no, this bird here, Most birds are unclean.
That's right. It's not
Period.
It's not all.
Okay? I doubt that the clean birds that they would have found back then in the field exist now.
Chicken. What kind of chicken comes from it? A clean bird?
An unclean bird called a jungle fowl.
Come on, man.
Called a red jungle fowl.
Come on, man.
Was put in, and you know what the origin of it is? It was bred. So that means that jungle fowl was bred with another bird.
Another bird.
I don't know if it's his kind or not. See, it's a lot of questions.
That's
Leave
right.
those birds alone.
That's right.
It is used for demonic work purposes
That's
anyway.
right.
They use it for holidays and demonic purposes. Tough shit.
He shall even pour out the blood thereof and cover it with dust.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh. So if I go and I catch a beast, see, I catch a deer, because you gotta catch them. For you to get a deer, you gotta hunt them. And I've been on hunting expeditions, and I know how to hunt and catch a deer. Sometimes you ain't catching nothing. You go out there. One time we went out there, we was out there for a day and a half. I said, man, I'm going back home, man. I'm been out in these woods. I want to go home, man. I'm not used to living like this. It's no joke. You know what I'm saying? Went out there the second time, we got a deer. And the person that caught that deer, strong there, he said, hold up, man. He said, because I got to get all the blood out. This is a heathen that don't know God's laws. He said, oh, we're going to be out here, but wow, now that we caught the deer. He said, it's a good thing we caught him quick. He said, because the process is going to take a while. He said, I got to get rid of all this blood. He said, because blood, it stinks. That's what he said. He said, so I get rid of all the blood out here. And he said, the only way to do that, to properly get all the blood out of the animal, is to cut the head totally off. You have to cut the head totally off. Ain't no this. That's how they slaughter cows. The head got to come totally off in order for all the blood to come out. Every artery got to be cut at one time. Hot. Doosh. Yo, the blood dropped like this. You gotta like make a little trench or a hole, because if it hit the ground straight, it splashed on everybody, and that blood is thick. There was a process how they was able to eat the animal the same day. You ain't gonna be able to do that soaking.
Facts. Drainage.
And they didn't soak the meat because they made their own kill. So they already got rid of the blood in the field when God said, pour it out. So you're not supposed to be bringing in meat to soak.
Facts.
That's why it takes so long for the blood to come out. You know, it's like it's never going to come out. That's why. Because the procedure is not being done correctly.
What is the life of all flesh? The blood of it is for the life thereof. Therefore I say unto the children of Israel, you shall eat the blood of no manner of flesh, for the life of all flesh is the blood thereof. Whosoever eateth it shall be cut off.
The whole world eat with the blood and the fat. Nobody's concerned about this. Israelites ain't concerned about this. The grill look the same, like the Israelite grill and the heathen grill look the same. It just don't have actual swine and ribs on it. It look the same. It looked the same. It smelled the same. You can smell the blood. The blood cooks in the meat. It's AKA congeal. Some shit.
And every soul that eateth that which died of itself.
Now, you got a piece of steak, right? It's a piece of steak, right? It's not the whole animal stuff, right? You soak it, check, cut, you get all the blood is out. You say, well, all the blood is out. Oh yeah, all the blood is out. Okay. But how do you know how that animal died? How do you know if that animal wasn't sick? You know, they put down sick animals.
Yeah.
The animal gets sick, they kill it. They chop it up, and they give you the good parts. Yeah. See, when you get certain jobs, Israelites should get so they can see for themselves what you're eating. Watch certain programs, and look. They'll tell you. They say, oh yeah, you got pork in it. They'll tell you because they don't care. That's not their lifestyle to care. They don't know nothing about this. They eat roaches, man. Lobsters. That's what roaches are. It's the same thing. Bottom feeders, scavengers, everything that ungodly love is no good. Pus, insects, snails, shrimp a la carte, oysters. You know what that is? You go to certain fancy restaurants and they bring a little cart. There's a cart. Yeah. And they bring a cart, on the top is shrimp. The next level is oysters. And the next level is clams. And down here is mussels and Brussels. You know why? Because a snail ain't nothing but a mussel. Look how he traveled. This is what people eat. But when you don't serve God, you will eat and you will be involved in all of the debasest, most wicked things on the planet has to offer. Tom shit.
That which was torn of beasts, whether it be one of your own country or a stranger, he shall both wash his clothes and bathe himself in water and be unclean unto the evening. Then shall he be clean.
Now, this does not mean the beast died of itself or got torn. And we said, okay, so look, we got meat for the day. And we take. They didn't do that. They didn't do that. What it is when they find, remember, because you on the farm, okay? Got a lot of hands on that. They say, yo, you know what, man? That animal got torn up and died of itself. But for real? Okay, now that you know, that's when you bathe yourself in water and you wash your clothes and you got to be, and you will be unclean until the evening of that day. He said, then shall he be clean. Tom sheep.
But if he wash them not, or bathe his flesh, then he shall bear his iniquity.
Then he shall bear his iniquity. You're going to carry that. So we clearly see God already told you how to get the blood out. He tells you, I don't want you eating with the blood. Yo, I'm going to cut you up and eat with the blood. And when you go out in the field and you do your thing, right? Say what? Say what? You get rid of the blood right out there. You pour it out in the open field. Then you bring it in. When you bring it in, there's no blood to deal with. There's no blood to deal with. God gave us the procedure how to get rid of the blood. He didn't say how to get rid of the fat because you don't need to. Once they didn't have stoves, they didn't have frying pans. They had an open pit. What today people call a grill. All right, an open pit. Dig a hole about the size of here because those animals are big. And you put the grating over it. You got the charcoal and all that stuff there. The fire hits the meat, not the pan and the heat. You don't let the heat cook that meat. The fire itself, that's called roasted. All their meat was eaten roasted. And it was made a certain way. There's no refrigerations. There's no supermarkets. There's nothing frozen. You're not getting nothing frozen to soak anything. For you to get something to soak something, you got to go to a store and buy a piece of the animal. They didn't have that. You want to eat some basad, some flesh, that animal got to get killed. You go on the back, you kill him, you go catch him, you kill him. You cut the whole head off so all the arteries bleed out correctly. By the time that's done, you're not eating with the blood. It's out. That's God told us how to get rid of it.
You know what else they're doing now? Just because the animal is clean, like a lamb, ain't got to get the blood out. You eat it with the blood. Yeah, that's what they doing, man. All of them. Roti lamb. Come on, man.
Cut off. They're cut off. Let's go to 2 Samuel chapter 10. 2 Samuel chapter 10. We'll put a stop to this madness, man. This is madness. This been going on for years. For years, man. Every generation of Israelites, look. Ain't just this generation. Even from the Benai generation. When I was talking about blood and fat, people got mad. Yeah. Look. There was a time when a couple of brothers got together and was tried to tell Mahava that he couldn't teach Leviticus 19. Yeah. I was right there. I ain't hear about this. I was right there. Because know why? Leviticus 19 hit hard. You got to honor your mother and father. You got to reverence the Sabbath day. You can't eat with no blood. No homos. Let's go. Do I need to keep going? Leviticus 19 is a cutter. It offends a lot of people because you're on the wrong side of those laws. So there was time when they didn't want him teaching that. Teaching Deuteronomy 24. Leviticus 11. All of that is your diet. You know we got a diet. You know where God commands our diet. We can't eat what we want to eat. Y'all know that, right? Everybody else can eat what they want to eat. Nobody has a diet. Go around the corner tomorrow to the church people and ask any of them, did Jake give y'all a diet in the New Testament? They eat what they want to eat. They are required to eat what they want to eat. It is their destiny to do that. It's not yours. It's not ours. It's not mine. I don't claim that. Like I said before, great Hebrews died, okay, for less than what we do for God. That's right. Yeah, I can say that. I heard somebody say, Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, they died for you guys to go right. No. They ain't died for me. They didn't die for me. I'm not political. I'm not American political. I'm not here for that. I'm not here for that. Look. Sorry to say it, they didn't serve God. I had nothing to do with that. I start caring about me and mine that serve God. Because everybody else only worry about them and theirs, and they look at us and point the finger. So I don't care about nobody else. If you pull up, God brought you here. Right or wrong. If you pull up, God brought you here. I ain't going to get nobody. No, man, you're a princess. You a prince, you're a king. I'm not doing none of that. I'm doing what my God and my Father commanded me, to my people, to my family that serve God. That's right. Now it's about what side you on. Time sheet, 2 Samuel 10.
2 Samuel chapter 10. And it came to pass after this, that the king of the children of Ammon died, and Hanun.
You know who that is? The king of Ammon. He's the guy that told Saul and them, that told other Jabesh Gilead, I want the right eye of all of you. Everybody in the city, for me not to run down on y'all. He said, give me the eye. I want the right eye of the old, the right eye of the young, the right eye of your infants, of your son, the babies. Everybody right eye got to get pulled out. What you gonna do with all those eyes, man? You know what they do with that? They do demonic stuff with the eyes. The eye of the pyramid. Okay? I can't go no further. It's the Shabbat. But it's diabolical things that they do with body parts. The heathen worship their deities and their idols with blood, fat, unclean animals, the body parts of dead people that they conquered. Tattoos. Tattoos come from the dead of my people. You become a god. You're not also going to war. You go here. Rest in peace. I have a son. He was born, still born. He's tattooed here. Who's that? Oh yeah, Janique. He's my son. We don't honor the dead. We don't honor the dead. People honor the dead when they honor their parents. Israelites honor the dead when they honor the Shabbat. There is no moment of silence. There is no pouring out a little liquor.
That's right.
Do what they did when they mourned the dead. Throw some dung on your head. Throw some ashes on that brand new hairstyle. Bring yourself down. Go sit in the corner. You know what Ahab was doing when he messed up and he fasted? He went and sat in the corner. He didn't sit on his throne. He didn't handle business. If there were phones, he didn't answer the phone. The phone was off. If there were TVs, the TVs was off back then. Whatever entertainment, whatever occupation, whatever dealing with it, all that was dead. I'm sitting in the room by myself in the dark because I'm no good before God and I gotta get right. And I need to, this is my timeout. You know, you see the kid, you'll go timeout. This is a godly man's timeout. When he fasts, pray, make supplications, make vows, and don't do it again. Am I making sense to anybody today? He said he took off his kingly robe. He still had a robe on, but not the kings. See, the kings and the king's daughters, you know they kings. You know what a coat is back then? A robe, but it was heavy. It was made like, say, like this is a light robe. It's made of silk. This is a light robe, right? And you got heavy linen. That's a coat. Anything from heavy linen made skins. They would take the cow skin or the goat skin. And I got this robe, silk robe, right? But it's cold outside. I put on the robe that's made of skin, of goat skin, of hard, heavy linen. I put that on and I go outside. That's your coat. That's the original coat. Don't you notice all coats? If they didn't have an opening here and they go all the way down, they resemble a robe. T-shirts, dashikis, or everything came from the robe. That was the first formal clothing in the world, not just us, the world, Craig. All over. Okay? Time sheet.
Then said David, I will show thee kindness unto Kanun, the son of Nahash, and his father.
People, my father died. Our father, Abi died, right? And everybody, people showed up. People heard. People who was far away couldn't get, they called. And now, some of those same people have taken that same role. Yeah, I have a good friend of mine, very good friend of mine. His mother just died. You know what I'm saying? So I had to reach out to him. You know what I'm saying? And that's what David did. Because David, this king that wanted everybody's right eye, he wound up being a good guy. You know why I say that? Him and David was like this. When David was avoiding, I ain't saying he was running from his son. He was avoiding killing his son. Okay? Look. The men want to kill him more than I do. Because they don't like what he's doing to his father. So don't nobody come to complain to me about your father and your mother. If you Israel, don't come and complain to me about your mother and father. I can't help you. You know what God said. You heard what God said. There's no words for wives or leaders to tell you. God already told you how to handle it. Okay? So don't come and ask me that. We're going to turn everything up with this. Y'all see weakness. The men are so weak. Scared to stand up for God, man.
Yeah.
You that weak? Are you ashamed?
Not us. Not me. Not Chief Malak, man.
Let's speak up, man. God like when you speak up for him too. Don't let them people out there glorify their thing, man. Say something. Look, I shoot it down. You see, I'm gangster in the street. I shoot it down. But you can't tell me nothing anyway. My mouth gonna be louder than yours. I'm gonna win the argument. I'm gonna win the debate. I'm gonna win the battle. That's it. That's it. My God win. My God win. My God, we're not gonna be praising that thing around me. Because I'm not in your environment. You're in mine. How about that?
Yeah.
You're not going to pray for minds to Jake. Go home and do that. I don't need your praise. You ain't godly. You're not Moses. You're not my mother. You're not my father. I don't need you to pray for me.
God hates you.
You can't. How about that one? We're being too much like the people. We're taking certain things a little too far. Yeah. Tom shit.
And David sent to comfort him by the hand of his servant for his father.
Now, look. He said, oh, man, sometimes my Abba didn't go to certain things. You couldn't make it. You know? Age. Sometimes age catch up with you. Certain days, he's not going nowhere. You don't feel to, right or wrong. You just don't feel to. Or whatever the case. He sent comforters. He sent servants with a message, comfort. Yo, man, we here on behalf of David, man. That's like David being there. Okay? And they went there to show comfort because it's ain't no joke when you lose your father, man. It ain't no joke when you lose your mother. Time sheet.
And David's servants came into the land of the children of Ammon. And the princes of the children of Ammon said unto Hanun their lord, thinkest thou that David doth honor thy father, and he had sent comforters unto thee?
He said, no, they said, yo, man. He said, yo, listen to me, man. This guy, David, he really waited. This was a common thing. Look, even today, sometimes I see it. The father was gangster, killer, for real. No, for real. Gangsters, crazy dudes. The craziest dude in the street say that this guy, the father, your father's crazy. Right? That's what keep a lot of people off. Keep people in this, keep them in this. But then when he's not here no more, certain people think they can stick out their chests. People start talking. People start saying things. Nah, I'm gonna keep it a buck. People go on Facebook. They don't say nothing no more. Everybody talk like this now. Everybody talk like this. It made the men so emotional. Facebook and all that made y'all so emotional. Got Israelites going up there complaining about their fathers and mothers. Complaining about haircuts. Complaining. I'm looking like, yo, delete block. I don't want that on my timeline. You ain't even moving like your dad. Yeah, most of these Israelite dudes, they're not moving like their father's moving. They're not jacking their father. Don't come around me, man. I don't care who it is, man. Don't come around me. I don't want to hear it. I'm going to get upset. And I'm going to tell you about yourself. And if you don't like it, you know something's going to happen. Don't come telling me nothing. Don't come and complain to me about your parents. Nobody. You're supposed to get death. Time sheet.
Thinkest thou that David doth honor thy father, that he has sent comforters unto thee? Had not David rather sent his servants unto thee to search the city and to spy it out and to overthrow it?
But David's not, you see, this is what common men do. See, what everybody does, they're going to think you do it. Because what that man told you? He said, yo, what's wrong with you? You gave back the money. They gave you extra money. You was only supposed to get it back like $9. He gave you $5 and change, right?
$9 plus $5.
No. The whole time, the wicked is watching you. He's watching. And he saw something that he wouldn't do. And he saw something that people don't do, which was being honest. And you went and gave that back. When he asked you, he said, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? No. You do a righteous act, it's something wrong with you. That's how it go today, y'all. That's how it go today. Do not expect man woman or child to recognize the righteousness that you're exuding before God. Because he didn't do it to get a pat on the back or even told he was honest. He know he honest. If he wasn't honest, he wouldn't have brung it. You ain't even gotta tell me that. I know I'm honest. Look, I'm trying to get this before God. Enough impressing people. I'm impress God. You know what I'm saying? Impress your father. Make him proud of you. Be a real chip off. Say that? He'll let you know. Yeah, he gonna let you know. Yeah, I like what you're doing, son. Right or wrong? No. He gonna let you know. He gonna let you know where you wrong. Yeah, man.
Like I'm doing something wrong.
That's why you forget everybody. Because it matters to your daddy. It matters to him, man. Remember, hey, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Okay? Talk shit.
Wherefore Hanun took David's servants and
Listen to what they did. They shaved off the one half of their beards. That means what? They had beards. That means what? They had beards.
Right.
This guy shaved half. You know how stupid you gonna look? That was an insult. That was a clowning. And it's not over. What else did they do?
Shaved off half of their beards and cut off their garments in the middle.
The garments, you look it up, it means robe also. The same word in the Hebrew means robes. So that means they cut it to the middle. Okay? Where at? Exactly where?
Even to their buttocks.
To their buttocks. That's their midsection, your loin area. So everything that stops here, t-shirt, dashiki, that's an insult. They did that to make fun of them.
Yeah.
Because everybody wore robes.
Yeah.
So he said, man, come here, man. They grab, look. And for them to be able to do that, they roughed those brothers up, man. They roughed them up. But I'm just bringing this to show y'all they had beards, man. And it was an insult to shave any part of your beard. It says side, right? Side. It's the sides. A section. This is a section. A lock. You know what the lock is? The hairs that's right over your sideburns. And the sides is your sideburns. Those are your corners. Those are your borders. Okay? You got to really know the English language to understand what it's saying. And a lot of people don't. Because I looked the word up. I didn't have to go into Hebrew. Borders mean the exterior of your whole beard, meaning the way it grows. Men's beard grow on their cheek, under their chin, right? And on the sides, going to their hair. That's why you gotta have sideburns. If you cut these, you are Arab. You serve the Arab God. And the Arab God is a woman.
The whole Israel cut their face and shake their head out.
Okay?
Like it's a normal routine.
And that's why you can't get nothing right.
Talk about it.
Okay? Because you got abominable juice running around in your bloodstream, and you look like the other people's God. You're supposed to look like your God. And we were given a description. God got locks, and he got a beard, and he wear a robe, and his train is miles long.
When they told it unto David, he sent to meet them because the men were greatly ashamed. And the king said, tarry at Jericho until your beards be grown.
He said, when they told it unto David, he sent to meet them. He said, the men, look, the men didn't go back. They said, look, man, they went to, when they got to the city, they stopped. He said, yo, come here. Yo, you need to go in there and tell King David they were ashamed. I'm not. Look, somebody come and grab me up. Grab me up. And shave half of my beard. Right? Y'all ain't gonna see me standing here or reading there until my beard grow back. I sit in the crowd.
Facts.
and I'm covering my face up.
Facts.
Oh no, seriously. You ain't gonna be laughing at me. That's clown business, man. When the Hebrews shave or cut their hair, you a clown. You insult. Because that was used as an insult. Am I right or wrong?
Right.
That was used as an insult to David and the Hebrews and their way. We stop this debating now, man. The debating is over. Thou shalt not. Y'all ain't supposed to be cutting y'all hair. Y'all ain't supposed to be shaving y'all beard.
Facts.
That's it, man.
Facts. For your beard, dude.
Back in Ben-Ai, all the men came in shaved and bald. They came in like that. And the first thing they was told is, you gotta let that grow before you even change your diets. Better see some stubble. Not for your job. Yeah, thank you.
Shave up for your job.
There's a lot of jobs that require you gonna cut your hair.
Army,
Policemen, firemen,
army,
city jobs. Most city jobs. Because they deal administratively. You have to cut your hair. And that's, I don't know, just sit in the air. Sit in the air, depends.
You forgot the service, Chief. You said they shave for their jobs?
Uh-huh.
They shave for Shabbat service.
Oh yeah, to look clean cut, to be groomed. To be groomed. A well-groomed man is a man that shaved.
Backwards.
You make yourself look like the heathen for the Shabbat. That's where your head at.
Backwards. It's cut off. God don't want them.
Ain't no do-rags in here. I don't see no caps. I see either hair,
God don't want them.
turbans, or kippas.
God don't want
So think about this, man. You look, it's called a Caesar. Named after Julius Caesar. Tongue sheet.
And when the children of Ammon saw that they stank before David,
Okay.
the children of
All right, you can cut that. No. That's the only point I need to bring. But that's the point in the whole thing. They dissed them. All right? They dissed them.
Yeah.
So you know what? Come here. Cut their robes to here. To here.
Talk about it.
Okay? And then half of their beards cut.
Talk about it, man.
And you know what happened, right?
Talk about it, man.
David ran down on the children of Ammon behind him. Children of Ammon got it, but that's what, all right. You see what happened with Joab? Remember when Joab and Uriah, the Hittite, and you remember he said, back up? He said, they was fighting the children of Ammon. This was why.
that was like.
This set off the war between the children of Ammon and Israel.
Yeah.
And that's the same time when that went down, when Uriah the Hittite and Bathsheba and all that. That's what he said. He used the sword of Ammon to slay. Right. Okay. That was what, Second Chronicles?
Second Samuel.
2 Samuel 10. I brought that one. Is another one in the Chronicles, but this one here is more detailed because it tell you. It said it just cut half of their robe, but it tell you where exactly where, right here, to their buttocks. I'm gonna read this here. I got 3 more minutes. I'm gonna read this here. This is about birthdays. This is about birthdays. Okay. First of all, events. Event is a social, traditional, customary gathering. Okay? Like yesterday, they had the opening to the Olympics. You know, the ceremony is longer than the games. The games don't even start yet. Thank you, Chief Abraham. Thank you. Thank you. They didn't even start yet. They got Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg, can I say, man? Look, he's carrying the torch. You know, everybody who holds, that's the fire god, man. That's the fire god. That's the worship of the sun. And look, in this world, it is an honor to carry that. I'm gonna tell y'all the truth, man. You get so far serving God, right? Look, you mess around and change your career. You mess around and be like, nah, you know what? Nah. Look, one dude, homeboy, he said, man, I wasn't supposed to be wearing a dress. I'm an Israelite. And I'm in movies with Martin wearing a dress. Yeah. Dude said, man, I ain't supposed. He said, man, it says in Deuteronomy, you're not supposed to wear a woman's garment. Man, not supposed to wear. He said it. But you went and got that bag. You went and got that bag. Okay? But you see, that's the problem. Everything is about that bag until you in a bag. Think about it. That bag goes somewhere else, to somewhere here in the living. Okay? So watch those events. You know, people invite people to certain things. You need to find out what is the occasion. Most of the time, when a party is going on, it's somebody's birthday. Just ask. Just ask. You're going to find out. House party? That's somebody's birthday. I don't care what nobody's saying. It's somebody's birthday. Or it's a heathen holiday. It says social conduct is a mode and a standard of personal behavior based on moral principles. The moral principles that we base on is the laws of God. So according to God's laws is how I will conduct myself. That sound right, right? Okay. Now listen to this. Really, you guys out there, my Israelite family out there,
Birthday love.
I want you guys to know, I want you to learn the ways of God. Okay? Nobody is shooting you guys down. But God told Isaiah, show the people their sins, their iniquity, and their abomination.
That's right.
Meaning, it is my job to show you what you're doing is wrong according to these commandments.
That's right.
It is my job to tell you, okay, what you are allowed by God and what you are not allowed by God.
Yeah.
I have to go word for word what God say.
Yeah.
I'm not making this up. Everything we read, I reiterate and explain what we read. It's not my words. I didn't make this up. It's not a term. It says right there, thou shalt not. The highest of all holidays in the satanic religion, the highest, the number one holiday of all devil worshippers
Is what?
Is the date of one's own birth. Let that sink in.
Yeah, let it sink in.
Huh? Yeah, let it sink in.
Yeah, let it sink in.
Devil worshippers, their main holiday is the day of someone's birth. So, Pharaoh was a devil worshiper. Nebuchadnezzar, Herod, they all did divine. They divine. Okay? They did rituals to see the future and all types of stuff. Okay? So the Satanist celebrates his own birthday as the most important holiday of the year. Second is Wild Perganac. Oh boy, I remember this. Wild Perganac and Halloween. They celebrate their B-days. You see that? By creating an anthropomorphic form of their own image, thereby showing that the ego is not really. Oh, wow. You know what anthropomorphic means, right? When I take something that doesn't have life, that can't talk, and I make a voice for it. Like I take a toy of a man, right? And a horse. Hey, man. Hey. That's called anthropomorphic, right? Cartoons.
All cartoons.
Images.
Got animals talking.
Images. You got animals
Got a
talking.
sponge talking.
Sponge. SpongeBob. A sponge that don't even move around in the waters. And again, and he got a preference to be gay. The Teletubbies. I remember that. Remember, I came home from a forced vacation. Okay. I said, yo, what's that on the TV? I said, man, turn that off, man. You know what I started doing? At that instant that I made them turn that off, you know what came in my head? Sit them down and read a chapter out of it. Get your kids right now, sit them down. Turn that TV off and watching that junk and open up the book and break a chapter down to them. The oldest read. And that became something every day. Every day. Yeah. You got to be this way. More entertainment here, man. It says the Bible never encourages the celebration of birthdays. Y'all hear that? The Bible never encourages the celebrations of birthday. It told you that somebody celebrated it, but it never told you to do it. It never said it was okay. It was never said that any one of the godly men did it. It said, don't follow the ways of Egypt. Who is the leader of Egypt? Pharaoh. Pharaoh celebrated his birthday. You follow him, you follow the ways of Egypt. How about that one? We're going to go all over the book on it. I will show you so many examples. That should be the main one. He said, follow not the ways of the heathen. Follow not the ways. No. The Egyptians, mainly, he said, though, the Egyptians do not follow their doings.
When birthdays mentioned?
The first time you hear about a birthday being mentioned, the top Egyptian is celebrating his birthday.
They cut off. That's right. They cut off.
I mean, really think about it. You don't need to go in another language. They say, no, man, we're not like the Egyptians. You're bald like them. Your face is clean like them. You celebrate birthdays like them. You celebrate the birthday like them. Y'all mess with your eyebrows. I be seeing them women mess with your eyebrows. Y'all do everything like the Jewish people and the Egyptians.
Yeah, they shave their eyebrows for their cats.
Birthdays is one.
They got altars in their house for dead people.
When their cats die, they shave their eyebrows. Women shave their eyebrows. Wow. Everything got a reason.
You understand what I'm saying? Somebody died, you build an altar. For what? He said, it never encourages the celebration of birthdays. Instead, it speaks in a negative manner. Early Christians did not celebrate birthdays nor Halloween. It was only sinners like Pharaoh and Herod who made great rejoicing over the day on which they were born. The Roman Catholic Church also denounced the celebration of birthdays until the 3rd century. Okay? But everything changed in the 4th century. Essentially, birthdays became celebrated later. Now. Later is now.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
Because of compromises, agreements. So we're going to make a deal with pagan cult religions.
Come on, man.
Mithraism.
Come on, man.
Museums.
Come on, man.
Restaurants.
Come on, man.
The movie theater. Parades. All parades. Let's go.
Yeah.
I ain't got nothing else to say, man.
Talk about it.
It's so plain and simple. What's wrong with y'all, man? They supposed to be doing that, not us. Shalom Aleichem.